things. I mean, shouldn't you be eating? Like, you'll be eating now. What are you going to use to be surviving? You'll be eating, you'll be paying school bills, you'll be doing this and that. I'm talking about those that are like me, that are not dependent on their parents, or their parents do not have. Hello? So, you have many things. I'm first child too, I'm a first child, so I know what I'm talking about. So, these things are going to be overwhelming. So, you need to have something that you're doing that is going to be earning you passive income whilst you are learning the main thing that will bring the bulk money. And one of the speakers emphasized on this thing at KFC. He said, make use of your talent. Make use of, like, there's something that you can do effortlessly that you did not pay. You did not pay anybody to learn it. Like, you got a course on how to smile. Do you know you can make money from smiling? I have friends that make money from smiling. Like, they are ushers. You can. Like, you need to know your strength, things that you can do effortlessly, that can give you money, passive income, whilst you are learning this other one that can bring the block money. Now, like, I'm a writer, that's my skill, but my strength is event. I know how to organize things. I know how much event has brought me, that writing has not brought for me. That does that, or somebody that knows somebody, and I will still collect 30% or 20%. After a guy, person when they fix cutting, yes, you don't reject things. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to say you should not niche down. Niche down, let people know you for something. When people hear pen or writing, yes, people should know you for something, but you can master all of you. You are God's masterpiece. There's a lot of things in you. So you don't limit yourself to a niche. Oh, I'm a writer. If it's not writing, I'm not doing. No. If it's not writing, I'm not doing. It's my niche. It's my niche, writing. I understand, but you still have to unlock other things. You need to untap other things that you do. Do you understand? So, if anybody have a question for me? Anybody have a question before I call on the first speaker? Or a contribution? Okay, so if your hands are not busy, let's make welcome Mr. Adedayo Adebajo. He's a co-founder of ICP Hub Sahara. Please keep clapping till he comes. Please keep clapping till he comes. Keep clapping, keep clapping, keep clapping. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Standing on the existing protocols, I can see a lot of dignitaries already here seated, and of course some young faces. It's a very great privilege to be here. And so I've been tasked with one key thing to do in the next couple of minutes, which is pretty much to give a keynote speech, particularly on the theme of the event. So, once again, my name is Adedayo Adebajo, and in this particular capacity, I'm the co-founder for ICP or Sahara, one of the 29 global hubs for Internet Computer Protocol, specifically for West Africa. So, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, pioneers of the Africa digital transformation, like I said, it's an honor to be before you today at the Africa NFT Metaverse Conference, the theme which is unlocking Africa's digital future, to speak to the boundless potential within our continent and to shape the global narrative of the digital economy. Africa, as a continent, stands at the cusp of a digital revolution. With over 1.4 billion people, most of whom are youthful population, and the increasing internet penetration, our continent is poised to lead the world in innovation and adoption of emerging technologies, such as blockchain, AI, IoT, and the likes. At ICB of Sahara, we believe that the blockchain-powered Metaverse, NFTs, and other decentralized technologies will serve as a key driver of this transformation. Now, I'm pretty sure since yesterday you must have heard a lot about Metaverse and NFT. And believe me, your imagination, your expectation of what this technology is, or could be, can still be expanded. Now, the Metaverse offers Africa more than just a platform for immersive experiences. It provides a borderless economy where creativity knows no limits and opportunities abound for artists, entrepreneurs, and communities. NFTs have unlocked new value streams, allowing creators to monetize their work directly, fostering a culture of ownership, and preserving Africa's rich heritage in ways previously unimaginable using blockchain technology. However, to fully unlock these opportunities, we must address fundamental challenges. Now, this is where I expect you to bring out your pen and papers. What are the challenges we are talking about? First, accessibility, which is of course crucial. For millions of Africans, digital inclusion remains a dream due to limited infrastructures, but solutions exist. At the hub, leveraging the ICP, we aim to provide scalable decentralized platforms that operate at web speed, cost efficient, and are accessible to anyone with internet connection. With the subnet and chain fusion technology and so on, we enable projects that serves millions with minimal latency and costs, ensuring Africa's participation in the global digital economy is unhindered by technological limitations. Secondly, skills, also very much important if we are to lead in this whole digital transformational journey. Africa's youth must be equipped with the skills to participate and lead in the digital economy, from creating blockchain applications to building NFT marketplaces and metaverse experiences. Education is key to empowerment. And at the hub as well, we partner with universities, startups, initiatives like DECA, the High Code, to provide blockchain bootcamps, hackathons, and training programs that empowers young innovators across West Africa. Thirdly, regulation. And trust must evolve to foster innovation. The success of NFTs and Metaverse relies on trust. Trust in the system that we use and the policies that governs them. Policymakers and stakeholders must collaborate to create an enabling environment that safeguards innovation while protecting users. Now, finally, collaboration. This is the livelihood of innovation. Africa's digital future is not an individual pursuit, but a collective mission. From partnerships with global blockchain ecosystems to inter-African collaborations, our strength lies in uniting as one continent to amplify our impact on global stage. Unlocking Africa's digital future is not just about the technology. It's about the people, potential, and purpose. It's about creating platforms where Africans' creativity, innovation, and culture can shine. Now, we are committed to this journey, and I invite you to join us at the hub, and together we can create a future where Africa is not just a participant, but a leader in the global digital economy. Even though it is the second day, once again I welcome you to the Africa's Digital Metaverse Conference. Thank you for having us today.
Thank you so much, sir. Brief speech. Get the time. We'll bring our next speaker. Next speaker is the person of Mr. John Rockaway. Is he here with us? Welcome, sir. He's the AI programs lead. Please come in. Can we clap until you come to the stage? AI programs lead.
Good morning, everyone. I think which project what I have or just speak. Okay, so I'm here to talk to you guys about AI for fraud detection and risk management in decentralized finance. I know it sounds like something very academic, but I'll try and make it as fun as possible. My name is John, and what I do is design AI upskilling programs for businesses around the world. So in the Middle East, in Europe, and well, done some work here in Nigeria too. Okay? So the idea of this session is that you understand the different kinds of fraud that you have in the decentralized finance space and how we use AI to catch all of those different kinds of fraud. So I sent a presentation. I thought they would reject, but let me just use this. Yeah. So I believe everyone here knows, what DeFi is, decentralized finance. That's something that we're all familiar with, right? And then you know how different it is from traditional finance. That's also something everybody's aware of. Okay. So just to start, in 2022, the number of DeFi addresses was only about 20 million. Then going into 2023, that number jumped up to 42 million. And this year, we have about 66 million unique DeFi addresses. If you compare the number of addresses that you have, right, to the number of people that you have in the world today, which is about 8 billion, the truth is that DeFi is still in its infancy. If you were to, describe it in terms of a human being, you would say that this is a baby that had just been born, right? And then if you check the number of actual bank accounts that, you have, if you're looking at traditional finance, you have over 1 billion bank accounts. But today, the number of DeFi addresses we have just about 66 million, which goes to show, if you look at the numbers, 66 million in 2024, 42 million last year, and 20 million from 2022, the sector is growing. But what it also means is that because it's growing and it's getting popular, there's a lot of fraud that happens in the DeFi space. So the way we're going to look at this number of frauds that we have is through the project lifecycle. So every DeFi project, whether it's NFT, whether it's whatever kind of project, NFT, whatever kind of project in the DeFi space goes through 5 stages. There's the project development phase, right? Then there's the introduction phase when it comes into the market. There's the growth phase, there's the maturity and the decline phase. So the different kinds of fraud that you have happen at the different stages. So for instance, a rug pull would happen at the project development phase. Then a honeypot contract or even a fake token offering. These will all happen at the introductory. Okay, these will all happen at the introductory stage of a project. Are you projecting? Yes, sir. Okay. Sure. The second one. Okay, so before we go on, so far just let you know that because of how popular DeFi is getting, because of all the attention that it's getting, a lot of fraud is now happening, and the fraud happens at 5 stages: the project development phase, the introduction phase, the growth phase, the maturity phase, and the decline phase of the project. And all of these different frauds, there are AI methods that we use to detect them. So before we go on, I just want to look at the different aspects of traditional finance and decentralized finance and what separates them. First is control. In traditional finance, there's a lot of reliance on central intermediaries, which you all know. DeFi is different, just through personal wallet, peer-to-peer. Transaction process, transaction cost, which is much lower for DeFi, transparency, security, and accessibility. So the reason why you have fraud, or the fraud factors, the reason why you have fraud in 5 different stages I mentioned to you earlier, is because of the high returns in the DeFi space. So you can put in $10 into a meme coin, and the next morning you have returns of, let's say, 100 or 1,000. So high returns is one, rapid growth of projects, blockchain characteristics, regulatory gaps, technological complexity, and limited user knowledge. So limited user knowledge, I'll give you an example here. There was a honeypot contract that happened sometime in 2022 on the Ethereum blockchain. It was called the multiplicate function. So what happens is that they will tell you that if you put in, let's say, $100, right? So long as it's up to the value of the contract, they will return your $100 plus the value of the contract. But at the end of the day, there was a fraudulent code in that contract that made it impossible for that deal to execute, right? And then we're all aware of what a smart contract is. That's something that is general knowledge here. Is there anyone that doesn't know what a smart contract is in this audience? So you all know what a smart contract is? No? Okay. So in the decentralized finance space, a smart contract is simply a computer program that is stored on the blockchain. Okay, and this program is, you can think of it like a contract between two people. When certain conditions are met, right, the contract executes, and then the result is stored on the blockchain. So you can think of it as a contract between two people, but instead of this happening between two people, it is on the blockchain somewhere. It's on a digital platform. So it executes there, and the results are stored on the blockchain. So what happens sometimes is that there are contract frauds, which means that people insert fraudulent codes into the contract, and then it causes investors to lose their money. Okay, so next slide. Next one. Yeah, it text. Next slide. So I mentioned that all kinds of frauds happen in the DeFi ecosystem. So some of the most prominent frauds that have happened, and people do lose a lot of money. Some of the most prominent frauds that happened in 2019, there was a $160 billion fraud. It was a token store. Then there was a Ponzi in that same year that was about they lost $2.9 billion thereabouts. In 2023, we saw the flash loan attack and also the $25 billion rug pull. So what I'll try to do here is at least leave you with an understanding of the different kinds of fraud that happens in DeFi. That's the only thing you take from here, and then how you can protect yourself against all of them. So at the development stage of any project, it could be an NFT, it could be any kind of project whatsoever. They will offer you all kinds of rewards and whatever, right? So at the development stage, the different kinds of frauds you may encounter. One is a Ponzi scheme, right? MMM is a very good example. If me if we were all here when MMM happened. MMM is a Ponzi scheme, so you take from one person and pay the other, and then whenever people stop paying into that system, the entire thing collapses. So a Ponzi scheme is an example of one fraud you get at the development stage of a project. You have a raw pool. A raw pool is simply something that happens when they advertise a really interesting coin or project or token. People come into the project and then they suddenly disappear. That's a raw pool. Then you have fake token offerings. Well, like the name indicates, a fake token is something that is not what is advertised. Then the third thing that happens at the development stage is a honeypot contract. I'll give you an instance when we get to that talks about this. Then at the introduction stage, you have insider trading. How many of you bought the video coin when it was when he put it out? They didn't want to buy it. Okay, so that's an example of something that happens with insider trading. Because the people who made that coin know everything about the coin, but they're going to list, and then when they intend to exit the entire project, so you can classify that as something insider trading. Then you have bots and stable account, wash trading, and DeFi platform attacks. Then if you go beyond that, the maturity stage, you have high cap fraud. So money laundering and phishing scams are under high cap fraud, which is the maturity and decline stage. Then you have the low cap fraud. So this would really technical, like we're talking about how AI is used in the process of detecting this fraud. So I mentioned 4 different kinds of frauds at the development stage, which is a Ponzi scheme, a honeypot contract, a fake token offering, and the raw pool. So the way that AI is typically used to catch any of this is, you can rely on GPT-4. You all use ChatGPT, right? You can use an LLM, whether it's Claude Opus from Anthropic. You can use GPT-4. You can use the NVIDIA model or even the Meta model. And the reason why you can use any of these models to catch these frauds is because if you're using the traditional method, like if you're using the traditional method of AI to catch, to spot a fraud, what you're basically going to be doing is what's called natural language processing. And what that is that you take a smart contract, a source code, you collect as much data as possible, text data from as many sources as possible, and you train a model that is able to tell you this is a fraudulent contract or not. So you can spot any kind of fraud, whether it's a Ponzi scheme or a honeypot contract or fake token offering or raw pool. What you need to do is just collect as much information as possible about the project, the white paper, developer information, if you can have access to their source code, anything at all that you can get about that project. Feed all of that data into ChatGPT or any of the LLMs that you have access to, and it will give you relevant information. The reason why that's possible is because sometime in May this year, research from the Booth School of Business at University of Chicago came out indicating that LLMs, in this case GPT-4, is superhuman at financial statement analysis. What that means is that if you teach a final year student of, let's say, banking and finance or accounting, is it accounting or accountancy? It's accounting, right? Okay. If you take a final year student of accounting and you teach them how to use GPT-4 for financial statement analysis, they can be as good as someone who has worked at Chartered Denham, which is one of the top investment houses in Lagos. They can be as good as someone who has worked there for, let's say, 5, 6, 7, or even 8 years. That's what that paper indicates. And what it means for you is, if you wish to do research about a particular project and you want to know if it's a raw pool or it's a honeypot contract or a fake token offering or a Ponzi scheme, all you need to do is collect as much data as possible about that project and feed it to any of the LLMs. I suggest use OpenAI. They have this, if you have access to it anyways, they have O1, which is a reasoning model, at least that's what they try to sell it as, right? It will give you good feedback so you know what you're dealing with. So that's what you get at the development stage. I would have loved to, next slide. So the next slide is just something that shows you if we don't want to use an LLM for this activity, what you can do is train an actual model, but that takes too much. I mean, you need too much resources for that to happen, right? And so next slide, next one. Right, so this is what I was trying to tell you about. This is a honeypot contract. So, you know, you have a smart contract, and a smart contract is supposed to execute in a certain way. What this did, or what this contract did is that, so it will offer you a very promising return. It will give you a very high return. So, for instance, it will tell you that if you put in, the message value is how much you put in, and if you put in an amount that is greater than or equals to the balance of the contract. Let's say the value of the contract is $50. They'll tell you that if you put in $50 or if you put in $100, they will give you back the money you put in, and you will get the full balance if you do that. So, for instance, the value of the contract is $50. They tell you that if you put in $50, you'll get $100 back. Right, so it's very enticing that you want to take that kind of offer. But if you don't notice, whenever you run this function or you execute this contract, what happens is that the value of the wallet balance changes. So for the fact that message value is the balance is always greater than the message value, which is how much you put into the contract, it will never execute. So if you put in $1,000, you lose that $1,000, it will never work. If you put in $1 million, you will lose that $1 million, it will never work. The way to protect yourself against something like this, because everything in DeFi runs on smart contract, is if you have access to the source code, if you have access to the white paper or anything at all about that project, what you can do is feed that information to an LLM. It's always really helpful, and then you get very good information. Next slide. Next slide. Just keep going. Yes. Next. Right. So, and then this is something that happened earlier this year. It's called Gotius Maximus. Right. This coin, this entire coin we are looking at, was launched by an AI. Like, there was no human involved. Let me tell you the story. Earlier this year, they made 2 instances of Claude Opus. Claude Opus is the flagship model from Anthropic AI, and then they just let them, have conversations. They created something called it's a meme. It's called I think it's Gotius Maximus meme, right? And then another instance of Claude Opus took that, it's called Truth Terminal. It's actually on Twitter now, Truth_Terminal. Took that meme and has been tweeting about it for as long as possible. So someone, Mark Andreessen, the guy at A16Z, gave $50,000 to this AI agent. And then the challenge was, how much can it make from that $50,000? Since he started tweeting about the coin, which is it started in September, but the coin launched in October. The coin is currently worth over $700 million. And this is a bot that's actually handling this, handling the entire thing. So the marketing and the hype drive for this particular, I don't know how many people own this, but this entire coin that you're looking at is run by an AI. So why I'm giving you this instance is to tell you that instances of fraud within DeFi space that is driven by AI is going to rise. This is a positive example, and no one knows how far this can go. So why this is important is because in the AI space, there's something called the Turing test. There's the old Turing test and there's the new Turing test. The old Turing test goes like this, and this is something from the 1960s. The old one is that you have one human being and another human being, and then you have a third person. And then what happens is that you have a computer generating text, and you have a human being generating text. The third person, so there are 2 human beings in this process. One is a judge, and then there's an actual human being. So the actual human being and the computer are generating text. The judge, who is a human being, is supposed to determine at each point in time which text is human and which one is from a computer. The current models that you have, which is GPT-4o1, Opus, and even Gemini, and these high-end LLMs, all of them have passed the Turing test. What it means is that you cannot tell whether the text that is coming from this system is actually machine or human. What that also means is that you can now use it to drive marketing in a way that is indistinguishable from humans, which means that cases of bot-driven fraud will rise. But in essence, what it means is that you can use these systems to drive your own processes in a way that almost like replaces people in your analysis and your marketing. Okay? Next slide. Next slide. Next. 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 Right. So, in a nutshell, right, everything I've said so far is there are different kinds of fraud in the DeFi ecosystem. At the project development phase, there are different kinds of frauds, honeypot contracts, Ponzi schemes. The way for you to detect them is to use AI. You can build a classification model, but that's too strenuous. So what you can simply rely on is a large language model to help you detect if this is a fraudulent contract or not. And how you do it is take as much text data as possible, white papers, feed it to the LLM, and it gives you a response. Beyond the development phase, there's the introduction phase. When the project comes into the market, there's a growth phase, maturity, and decline. In all of these different processes, one way for you to spot what is fraudulent is just have as much data as possible and try to use an LLM to help yourself just do your own research as it's called. And then I also made mention of something really important, that the number of unique DeFi addresses in 2022 was about 20 million. In 2023, it rose to 42 million. This year it's 66 million. But if you check the number of people in the world, I mean, the world is about 8 billion people, right? We're going to something called the disruption of terrestrial telecom networks. So it's like the MTN and the Glo and Airtel, right? There's going to be a big disruption coming. How many of you have heard of direct to cell? Starlink direct to cell. So direct to cell means that you don't need an MTN to give you a network. So with the Starlink satellites direct from space, you can have network on your mobile devices, right? So the implication is that there are 2.6 billion people around the world that are not connected to the internet, okay? What that means is that there's a possibility that this DeFi that everyone is talking about these days can be bigger than anything traditional finance. So in essence, what I'm saying is, take this as serious as you can, right? And hopefully, I don't know if they're going to share the slides with you people, but if you can get your hands on the slide that I used, please take a look at it. And if you have any questions, I'm here to answer. There's a Q&A, right? So you can ask me a question if you have a question about my presentation or anything I said on the stage. So thank you for your attention. I look forward to next time.
Round of applause for me one more time. How many of us were here yesterday? Let's wait. Okay, so basically, almost everybody. Alright, my name is Frank Toka, by the way, and I just graduated from Federal University of Technology, Owerri. Thank you. I studied electrical electronics engineering, and I finished with a first class. Wait, sorry. It was what was in my mind that came out. I did not finish with first class. It's a mindset. Although I was close, very close. Sir, please put your hands together one more time for this speaker. I know some of you may not want to admit it, but he said some of the things that are on our minds, questions we've been asking, and even some things we've been through. Sir, that gold coin, most of us, we don't know it's even AI that launched it though. Because there's nothing we've not tapped. Sir, apart from these goats, sir, do you know there's one coin, there's tomato, there's hamster. We are just tapping the animal kingdom. Somebody was asking, yeah, I know this Web3. I said, really? He said, yes. He said, it's all about the animal kingdom. I said, correct. All right, we also want to especially thank our keynote speaker, the co-founder of ICP Hub Sahara. Please put your hands together for Mr. Adebayo. We also want to thank this last speaker, Mr. John Orapwe, the AI Programs Lead. Thank you so much, sir. We also want to thank and acknowledge the presence of the CEO of Pencage Finance, Mr. Simeon Nofa. We also want to acknowledge and thank the presence of Mr. Wachuku Nameto, who is the Web3 Warren. Thank you so much, sir. We also want to especially acknowledge the presence of Arise NFT. Please put your hands together for Arise NFT. We also want to recognize and thank Mr. Victor Solomon, who will be also talking to us today. He's a crypto market analyst. We also want to thank one of the organizers and the founder of YoMeCoin, Mr. Yomi Kind. Please put your hands together. We also want to thank all of us for showing up here one more time. You are amazing. Please put your hands together for yourself. Is this all you can do for yourself? Is this all you can do for yourself? So what are you doing? Okay, good. That's why in primary school they were saying, you know, when we'll be singing primary school songs, they'll not say, open your mouth and sing, Mumumi. How will I sing if I open my mouth? And in my mind, I was the smartest. Because the teacher said, open your mouth and sing. And others were busy singing with their mouths closed. Someone said, that's crazy. He said, that's massive. Thank you. Alright, right about now, we would like to make welcome, without further ado, a very important speaker in our midst. Ladies and gentlemen, if your hands are not too busy, please put your hands together for Mr. Wachuku Nametu, who's also known as the Web3 Warrior. Please keep clapping till he gets on stage. A very handsome man. Someone say, oh, look at you. Thank you so much, sir.
Hello, everybody. So, good morning to everybody and welcome again to the African NFT Metaverse Conference. I am Wachuku Nametu and I'm glad to be here with you all. So, before we get into it, just let's do a quick poll. Show of hands, anybody who has done anything on blockchain, maybe buying a token, gold, token, anything at all, if you've started, anything, if you've just done anything at all on crypto, Bitcoin or anything, raise your hand. I've seen you. Okay. That is about 50% of the people in the room. Okay, then quickly, let's take the second poll. If you are in it for the money, raise your hand. I don't raise your hand. Okay, okay, so I'll put my hands up here too. And because me, it's for the money. I'm in Nigeria, and I'm an Igbo man, so you don't understand. Anyway, I'll just say a quick story about myself, but first of all, I want to introduce the topic. I don't know if you got my slide because I think I sent it late, but anyway, I'll just speak. It's a very easy topic. And that is just building a sustainable utility-based NFT project in Africa for economic growth. That is a loaded topic, but pretty much an easy one to talk about. First of all, let me tell you my own journey into Web3 so far. Now, take me back to 2017. I heard about Bitcoin, but the person that told me about Bitcoin, he was very church focused. So he told me that if you remember in the book of Revelations, there's this coin. It's something that they predicted that everybody will be using one particular coin, and they'll use it to control the world and everything. Like my fellow Mumu, I believed. I believed, and I stayed clear of Bitcoin in 2017. And fast forward a few years later, 2019, 2020, during the COVID-19 period, everybody was home, and you pretty much didn't know what to do. We were just online and going through stuff. All of a sudden, Bitcoin. At first, the thing that was died into 24, I think around 4K then. That time, Naira was at 360 to the Naira. Yeah, dollar was around 360 to the Naira. So, me, I'm just a woman. I keep on diving in anywhere. They call it a bini. You just a into this, in anything you see, as long as you have small money, enter. So I entered around mid 2020, that was June. Coin rose up to about $20,000. And I was like, wow, this is a discovery. You know? And then, I sold, stupidly. I sold, but why I sold was so that I could get into more this thing that can give me quick money. And that is how my journey so far been, trying to get into things that give me quick money. Then, in 2021, the whole market crashed. And then all of us started licking our wounds. I lost a lot of money then, like serious money then. So I just took my time and tried to figure out why. Because even though people that lost the same type of money that I lost, they were still focused and still building on Web3. And I was like, what's going on? Let me learn more. Anyway, 3 years later, it took only 3 years for me to reach this place. And I'm not there, but we are building. So let me introduce the topic again. Building a sustainable and utility-based NFT project in Africa for economic growth. I don't want to bore you down with the technical language, but I pretty much know that everybody knows what an NFT is here. NFT pretty much is or are digital assets that are recorded or stored on the blockchain. They are unique, meaning that if I have one, for instance, if this is an NFT, no one else can have this. They may look alike, they may seem the same, but they are definitely not the same because they have different addresses and they are saved on the blockchain. Now, what is the blockchain? Like we all know, blockchain is just pretty much a public ledger where there are immutable transactions. What I mean by immutable is that you cannot edit it. If this is stored on the blockchain today and is registered to me, my wallet address as the owner, no one can claim it as long as I can provide the keys, that is the private keys for that address. So that is pretty much what it is. Now, as you can see, NFTs and blockchain has pretty much revolutionized the way we see digital ownership. So a quick history, and I would like if this was on the screen, but I think you can still have access to it later. In 2017, CryptoKit is launched, and they just launched on the blockchain as collectible assets. You could just buy them and then own them. They were cool cards. So that is the first instance on the blockchain of NFTs, the 2017. Then in 2018, Ethereum did an upgrade on their systems that made pretty much everyone to launch their own NFT projects. And that is how NFT, I think that was the ERC720 contract. That was an upgrade that Ethereum did so that it would be easy for anyone to launch big NFT projects. In 2019-2020, the gaming developers and art people just pretty much saw that this was just seamless for gaming. I mean, NFTs for gaming is the easiest use case for NFTs in gaming. And then 2020, the time I entered, 2021, there was this boom. Everybody wanted in on NFTs. That was the time that there was free cash. I mean, everybody had spendable money in COVID in the US and other developed markets like Europe and the likes, some parts of Asia. The government were handing out stimulus packages like free money to people that were doing nothing. So when people have that type of spending power, they like to spend it on fancy and sometimes irrelevant things. That is why the whole market of NFTs kind of rose, and it was, they call it the boom, but that was a reckless boom. Let's put it that way. There was an NFT that sold for $69 million. That was digital art, and it was Beeple. It was in 2019 that 2021 that happened. So 2021 till now, it has just been many other industries have tried to get in on NFTs. You see it now in the legal industries, like people have contracts and then put it on the blockchain as NFTs. Now, that since it's immutable, you cannot adjust it. That you can easily reduce the cost of legal, the whole legal costs. Let me just put it that way. And then real estate, you see it in gaming, you see it in fashion, you see it in music and other entertainment industries. So that is pretty much a mini history of NFTs. But if you speak about NFTs, many traditional players consider it as a scam, or that they've not really fulfilled their potential. And if you think about it very well, you could actually say that they are right. But why is it the case? And the first reason is because NFTs have been building based on hype and not value. And hype is dangerous. The previous speaker just spoke about the goat coin. I know about that coin. What really gave it that boom was when that Mark Anderson is a venture capitalist. He is the owner of this A16Z venture capitalist firm. So he gave the coin 50,000 and said, "Show me what you can do." What the coin was doing was just shit posting. What they call shit posting is that just keeps on posting stuff. And it's AI. You cannot be very creative like AI now. Do you understand? You cannot be that creative like AI. I think the AI did the live stream on TikTok that lasted about 48 hours. No human being can do that. So it just kept on booming. And then people were seeing this coin as, okay, it could actually get to this point financially. And they kept on aping in. Okay, they kept on getting in. That is hype. There is no substantial use case to it right now, but it's hype. It has been growing. And it has grown up to $700 million from nothing, pretty much. So, hype over value. It's kind of, sometimes it's a problem, sometimes it's okay, but that is one of the reasons that NFTs have failed so far. The second reason is very weak utility and something I call over-financialization. Now, let me break that down. Weak utility, like I say, many of these coins don't have strong use cases. Now you could have certain use cases. For instance, let me give you an example. If you've heard of the bored apes, has anybody heard of the bored apes? Like from Yuga, I think Yuga Labs, the BAYC club, yes, wonderful. They are just pretty much monkeys, and you see them mostly if you're on Twitter a lot. You see people having them as their profile pictures. Those monkeys are apes. They were NFTs that were listed in them, that were minted in 2021. Now, at first, the use case and the value that they approached the community or the whole space by was that now you are part of a community. If you have this ape, you are part of a community. You can actually get invited to parties that are hosted on the yacht and meet different people because there were celebrities there. I think this pretty boy, what's his name? Justin Bieber had one. Snoop Dogg. all these guys had one. So when you have this VIP pass to something like that, many people want to take that. Okay, so that was the value that they provided to their community at first. But then the over-financialization comes in when you start focusing on the money rather than the value. And that is what happened with Yuga Labs. From Board APH, they released another NFT, Mutant APH. And right now they have about 5 products. All of them are about 90% down from their all-time highs. That means their values have reduced so much. I think I'm audible enough, right? Yeah, thank you. So their value has reduced so much that is now a problem. And that is what has happened with many of the NFTs in the space now. It's just all about money. Money, money, money. It's a difficult business to do. And then finally, scams. We cannot neglect scams. And there's something in business. It's difficult to enter into a business if the barrier of entry is high. For instance, if you want to, let's pick Dangote as a business. This is very recent venture. The oil refinery, thank you so much. The oil refinery. Nobody, it's very difficult, even Obi Kubana and a few other people, they can't still enter that business unless they team up because the barrier of entry is high. He spent about $13 billion, I think, to start that business. So it's difficult for you to get into that business. And that is how it is pretty much in traditional finance. Most of the businesses that launch on marketplaces are difficult to enter. But on NFTs, it's very easy. You can create anything and just launch it. So you see, when it is that democratized, that is everybody, it can allow anybody to enter. Everybody will enter, even the good people and the bad people. And about 80%, if I'm trying to be generous, of the NFT projects right now are scams and rock pools. So you see that low barrier of entry that blockchain and NFTs as a whole has given to people, that power, they've misused it and they've entered. So these are the issues that I feel that has plagued the NFT space so far. First of all, I said hype over value, too much hype, little value. Then weak utility and over financialization. Finally, the scams. Now let's get into building a sustainable NFT. There's a lot that has been said already about how to build NFTs, and I don't want to get into the technical details because me, I don't really know much about it. But I know a little bit about building sustainable businesses because I've built about 3 businesses that all failed. They didn't even give me time, about 3 months each, the same time. So building something, it has taught me some lessons that I think and I believe that can actually help you, all of you, if you want to start your own project or be part of a team that is building something. First of all, is that you have to understand that market value, market price is not the same thing as value, true value, or the intrinsic value. Now, you could come out and tell me that gold is worth $700 million because that is what is on the market. But the real value that it provides to us is definitely not 700 million. It's not worth 700 million. Okay, so the market price can be, confusing and it can blind you, it can blindside you, and then you feel like, okay, you're worth this when you're not really worth that. So it's something you have to take care of. If you want to understand how businesses are being built, you have to understand that NFTs represent pieces of an asset. Every NFT that is listed on the market is a piece of an asset. For instance, if I built this building now, okay, and this building now is worth about, let me say, 100 million naira. If I'm to say, okay, I want to get funding for this business now, and I want to release 1,000 NFTs. Thank you. And I want to release 1,000 NFTs. Very simply, each NFT be divided. Okay, for instance, let me make the mathematics more easier, more simple. Now, 1,000 NFTs, 100 million, this is the total value. And then each of the NFTs represent an ownership stake in this business. It means that 1,000 NFTs, each NFT is worth about what? 1,000 naira, right? About? The math is correct, exactly. No, I think that is 1 million, 1,000. I think about 100,000 each. If it's 100 million, I think 100,000 for each NFT. So that is the true value. But if I list this on a public market, it's possible that the value of my business could be, they will be valuing this business at maybe 200 million naira or 50 million naira. Market prices is something we call a lagging indicator. What I mean a lagging indicator, it doesn't always match the real value or the true value of this thing. So that is how you have to think when you are building an NFT. You have to understand the real value. Your NFT should match the business, because in the long term, the success of that your business should align with the success of your NFT. Do you understand? Now, if you're in 10 years, the revenues you generate from this building, my business for instance, is 10 times what I generated today, automatically, my NFTs, doesn't always happen, but automatically, my NFTs should be worth 10 times the value. Yes, because it should match the value. That's how you think about building your business. Speaking on that, standing on that protocol, you have to think in long-term way, because when you are thinking short-term, you cannot give your full backing or your full input or your full skill on that business. You have to think of it in a long-term base. Do you understand? You have to be long-term, because that is when you know that, okay, it might not come now, but just building slowly but steadily and consistently will get you there. Now, how do you build true value for the long term? First of all, you have to be very transparent. And when I'm talking about transparency, it doesn't mean that you should reveal all information. That is bad. You don't have to tell your investors everything that, okay, you did this today and it didn't work, you did this today, it didn't work. No. Well, I'm not saying you should lie to them. I'm just saying you should be transparent in the details that matter. That is one. Then there has to be operational integrity. You have to be, if you are building for the long term and you know that this is something you actually believe in, you have to make it that way to your investors and your community. Okay? Now, your business, this asset can be a business, it can be an IP, it can be a brand, it can even be a community. Anything is an asset as long as it depends. In Igbo land, they call it, they say, I don't want to speak Igbo, I'm bad at it, but what it translates to is, whatever you call something is what it is. Okay, so if you say that something, your business that you're building today can be worth 100 million tomorrow, it can, depending on the effort you put towards it. And then, when you're building NFTs, in the Web3 space, we kind of have this sentimentality that everything is democratized and everybody is a contributory, or everybody has to contribute to the value of anything. And that is how it should be. When everybody contributes to the value, there's a shared responsibility of providing value. For instance, there are two ladies when I walked in that I think they've done about 4 or 5 businesses. The host was saying something about them. I can't remember their names, but they were there. For instance, if one of them has a business, okay, and then the other one is an asset holder, like an NFT holder from that business, there's a shared responsibility of providing value. Because you as yourself, you're limited in what you can offer the business. But when you open it up to the community, everybody can provide value. It increases. Let's take it practical. For instance, you have a community of, let me say, Unilab students. And what you guys just do is just come and talk about how lectures was today, lecturers you did, and everything. It's the community, is what you call it. Then you create an NFT. You're lucky enough, people buy into the NFTs. One of the ladies there, she has a clothing brand, for instance. Then she says, if you have this NFT, I can offer you this discount of 15% if you buy from my store. That is value added to the business. So you see that it's a shared responsibility. Sometimes you don't have to always provide products. Sometimes it's hard just by posting or commenting or actually doing your own one-man advertisement of the community. That is added value. And that is how it has to be when you're building an NFT project. Then finally, one important thing, it's kind of boring to talk about, but it's something that is very important in everything in life, and that is economics, supply and demand. It is very crucial to building anything that is sustainable. The primary economics we all know is when there is too much of supply and little demand, prices nosedives, right? That means you have pretty much little value. And that is one thing that is very crucial. You can take it back to what we said about the Yuga Labs and the BAYC Club, that APH. Now, when they released the first board apes, the first NFTs, they sold it to about, I think, 10,000 people. Those 10,000 people minted it, hoping that that exclusivity is theirs alone. And no one else had that, had the opportunity that they had. Okay, that is the value that was given to them. But when Yuga Labs brought in the second NFTs, the first people's their value has been diluted. So it has been reduced because it opened the value up to more people. And that is something you have to understand about NFTs and building sustainable businesses. Not just NFTs, anything. Economics is very important. Economics is very, very important. And then you also have to provide value for your community. The biggest and the value that, okay, I took the poll. This is the reason I took the poll at the first time. When I told you people who was in it for the money, and everybody raised their hands. Why? Because money is the biggest value you can provide to anybody. That is just the truth. You can promise me that maybe I'll live longer, 200 years, or anything, you give me this or that. Well, as long as you tell me that this will make me money, I'm interested. That is the truth, and that is how it is for the mass of you. Okay, so you have to understand that incentivization via money is very important, but you also have to be very careful with it. Because when you start to give money and give over, incentivize, money is not created arbitrarily. Money always comes from somewhere. It's a closed loop. That is something people don't understand about money. You can't just create money. You can't just create money. Money must flow from somewhere. That is just it. Even if you create coins, all those coins that grow large, there is somewhere the money is leaking from and entering into this system. It's just like there's something they call it. I can't really remember the name. But it's like a closed loop. Money doesn't come from somewhere. So these are things you have to think about when you're building a sustainable business. Think about the economics. Understand that value should be shared with all asset holders. Everyone has a shared responsibility to provide value. Then the third one is market value. It can be very dangerous. You have to be careful about that. And then lastly, always build with long-term mindset. Okay? Then there are several industries that NFTs can be applicable to. You can call the likes, and they are pretty much everywhere. There are many low-hanging fruits where you can apply NFT technology and it will work for you. Okay, but the ones that have my most focus, because I'm involved in the gaming sector, in Web3. So the ones that have the most very seamless and understandable, very relatable use cases is the gaming industry. Now, if you guys are gamers here, many of you that are gamers here and played things like World of Warcraft and games that are similar like that, there are certain things we call loots and skins. Those things just help the game, help you play better and help you win the game better. Now, over time there has been unofficial markets or black markets where players can trade those skins between themselves. Okay, but NFT just makes it official. How does NFT do this? If we were following the latest launch of one of the biggest NFT Web3 games ever, off the grid, That it launched, I think, about in October. Yes, it launched in October, and it was just everybody was talking about it. How did they do this? They didn't sell NFTs themselves. What they just did was everything that was inside the game. If you get any rewards from the game, you can sell it on the market as an NFT. So that is the way. Now you're not selling anything to the people. The people are, transacting with themselves. You can form a business model around that, but that is beyond the scope of this topic. Anyway, so interactive media, the gaming industry, and also the entertainment or the creator economy. This is where most of you come in, and I like the age grade. That is the first comment I made to Precious when I came in here. I like the age grade of the people that are in this crowd, because people are the people that are going to boost this economy. This Gen Z and below, and maybe some of us that are near millennials. Anyway, so the creator economy, NFTs has really improved it so far. You can talk about musicians, you can talk about artists, you can talk about pretty much anything that has to do with creative energy. NFTs has really transformed those industries. For instance, someone like Snoop Dogg. Snoop Dogg released an NFT collection in 2021, and he sold an NFT Metaverse to someone. Someone bought it about $490,000 then, and he sold a few more. Those people have separate perks. I think they can come and listen to his new music. There's something they call listening show. So the first few people that can listen to his album, you can do it for other ticketing businesses. Like you can use NFTs as VIP passes to shows and to your concerts. This is just a way to build your community, and also to help the creator, because sometimes if you go through the management scheme, there's a lot of bureaucracy that can make you earn just little of the profits from what you make as a musician or an actor or an artist. For instance, now if you're an artist and you create a music and you launch the music online, then you have NFTs that give people the opportunity to buy those music as the album. You earn royalties from it. So you see, you gain most of the profits, and if, for instance, the person is selling to another person, due to the royalties you attach to that album, you can still earn more of the profits. So it's just seamless and wonderful for creators. And there are other industries. I don't want to go into them because they are kind of beyond my own understanding. Like you can understand it in real estate businesses, you can understand it in the legal industries, you can understand it in supply chain, because pretty much that, since it's understanding it. Now, the challenge I see is actually with anonymity. Anonymity is both an advantage and a disadvantage. Anonymity means that you can't be tracked. And there are good reasons why you might not want to be tracked. For instance, if you are transacting a lot of money, you might not want certain people to know that this is you transacting that money. It might be for good reasons. It might even be for charity or funding campaigns or whatever. But there are certain reasons why anonymity is bad, and it is very, very easy to understand why. For instance, if I'm transacting with this SAP here over the internet, if he has a picture, not his picture, he doesn't have anything that details that makes me know it is him, but he's selling a product, if I want to buy for him, I will definitely get scared that he could scam me. or you could pull the project. Now that is the problem. Okay, the idea is, how do we identify ourselves digitally? If everybody wants to have avatars as online profiles, how do we identify ourselves? How do businesses transact? How do businesses collect data on you? Because data is very important. If they want to target and customize their offerings or their services so that it will so that it will fit you and your specs, things that you like, how do they get this data when everybody is anonymous and you can't really get what's the name, data? You can't track the data on these people. So that is something that has been in works for a long time, and luckily for us, though it is still in the works, but there are some firms that are going and kind of trying to solve this. For instance, if anybody knows about Animoca Brands, Animoca Brands is one of, if not the biggest VC firm in the gaming sector, in the Web3 gaming sector. They are worth about $5 billion, and they have about 380 portfolio companies attached under their name. Now, they released something called the Mocaverse. It is a metaverse and kind of an ecosystem. Each participant has a Moca ID. Moca ID. That ID is just like, it's like a digital representation of everyone. So if you're a builder, if you're a game designer, if you're even a game player, or you just like to transact or buy NFTs or buy products, each transaction will be recorded with you, and it will be attached to that your wallet ID. Okay, it's just personalized. Now see the reason for that. Let's say you are Mocha ID and I want to transact with you. I'm a different party. I want to transact with someone in your ecosystem. Now I don't need to start trying to figure out my own data in the person. I could just come to you, and then you release the Mocha ID. Say, okay, this person, this is the ranking you put him on your trust level. For instance, you trust him at this rate. So I can transact with him without needing to trust. That is what they call the trustless system. But it's still, we are still in the baby stage of it, and it's something that is over the next decade or more, we are going to get better at it. Anyway, that's pretty much all I have to say. And in building an NFT business, thank you so much. One more thing. Let me just introduce myself properly. I'm Nwachukwu Nnametu. I am a strategist. I operate a holding company that invests in gaming ventures. So that's pretty much the first one. And I'm also part of a community called Afroplay. So it's just a gaming community for African gamers. You're all welcome to join. You can check us out on Twitter and I think Discord. Well, pretty much Twitter. You can also follow me, Web3 Warren. You can have that up the word. ZWE, Z Web3, then Warren, WARREN. I have a profile picture, and then you can just pretty much hit me up. We can talk about pretty much anything you want to talk about in the gaming industry and how to join the community. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Round of applause for Mr. White. One more time. Thank you so much, sir. If you learned something, make some noise for him, please. Thank you so much, sir. It was quite straight to the point. And he said something very important that I would like to reiterate. He said, if you want to go long term in a particular holding per se, make sure you are not going all in. Listen to this. Hold on.
I think I'm ready to come. Now, this evening, I go check my wallet. The money will come is in 1,250 naira. And the talk say if you don't pay school fees, you don't go write exam. And next week more than an exam. To the go next week more than an exam. Samsung, that's the crypto go over you don't tell me.
So You have been told. Tell your neighbor, neighbor. You have been told. So feel free to use your school fees, your mother's medical fees. Use it and buy gold coin. Your mind go there. Special recognition and shout out to Aries NFT. Special recognition and shout out to the CEO of Pancake Finance, Mr. Simeon Nofa, who will be talking to us in no distant time. Right about now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to call on stage Aries NFT for their presentation. But before that, sir, you also said something about, the entertainment space and, Web3. How many of you know that earlier this year, Davido launched a coin? Yeah, Davido launched a coin. What was it called? Just Davido, right? And that coin made so many people millionaires. I know someone that put $8 and the person left with $3,500. I swear, in one day, 143,000%. Is it not juju? The person put $8. Somebody said that's massive. I also know some people, they also put money, but in a different Davido coin. You get, one went off, the other one went, choose your Davido today, amen? Alright, so right about now, we would like to call upon Aries NFT for their brief talk and presentation to us. Aries NFT, are they in the building? Aries NFT, thank you so much. Round of applause for Aries NFT. They were also here yesterday. Thank you so much, sir. Please keep clapping to him, get the mic. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to introduce Aries NFT. Hello? This is Aries NFT, that's our logo, and we've been creating a product from Nigeria that will compete globally. A lot of people want to create an NFT and they don't think about the global market, they think about the local market and getting the NFTs out. But we're creating an NFT that can be sold globally, and we've done this from Oshogo. Our mission today is to get your support. We get to the next page. Our mission today is to get your support to be a global business. We want your support in getting us to the next stage. We want to build a community, and we want to build a community through you guys. So I'm going to show you what we do, and then we'll go through it. Likewise, we will be offering you guys rewards. So rewards and utilities, so you can get an idea about what we do and how it works. Our story, right? Gentlemen, art, and surrealism. What do you know about bowler hats? Anybody? Anybody know about bowler hats? Okay. Does anybody know this guy? Yeah. Gentleman Rascal, Terry Thomas, Winston Churchill, John Cleese, Royalty, Kings, Muhammad Ali, Zendaya. All these people have worn or used bowler hats. The problem is now it's a forgotten icon. Used in books, films, cartoons. And by the way, does anyone know who René Magritte is? Okay. He painted The Son of Man, one of the most famous paintings ever made, and this. His last painting sold for 121 million 7 days ago. This is due to his history with bowler hats. Most people don't know about bowler hats. It doesn't matter. That's the whole point that we're here. So we're going to do a bit of education on it. Yeah. So who is he and why does it matter? The apple you just saw, this apple, remember it from the summer pan, inspired Apple computers and the design for Apple computers. Most people don't know that because they don't know the history of art and how history of art affects everything. Knowing your history of art is everything. The market today for bowlers, if you check your phones after this for bowler hats, you'll see it's as plain as this. But you can sell those bowler hats, for $400, right? So what we want to do with you guys is not sell the hat. We want you to be part of our community. And through that, we can build together, right? So we're going to give away 25 hats, but I want to tell you something. Next, I'm going to show you 12 pieces from our collection. Never seen this before, and I want you to judge for yourself what you think about it. This is our first piece. The gentleman before us was talking about value. You create your own value. So, in your judgment, can anyone let me know what they would offer for this? It doesn't matter, add in dollars, please. Anyone? All right, okay. Next one. This one. $5. Perfect. This one? $7. Okay. And this one? Okay. So you're already giving it the value. That's the point of it. We're going to be able to give you guys one of these. Some of you are going to get it for free. Right? At the same time, my colleague, Matis. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Matis from Arizona. Okay, so I understand that everyone likes giveaways and free stuff, and I've created a list of giveaways, cash tokens that you'll be eligible for, given that you participate in our community. Alright. So come December, we'll be giving away 25 NFTs, and if you guys are active in the community, you'll be eligible for one of them. Also, I will need you guys to go on our Twitter page, Aris NFT, ARRY NFT. Please, can everybody go on their phones now? Sorry. No, Twitter. Alright, check the pin tweet. You would see a Google form, and the first 50 people to fill in the form is eligible for 2 gig worth of data today. Yes. Alright. Oh, thank you. And subsequently, you'll be eligible for 2 gig worth of data weekly and at least 5,000 naira, depending on how much people you get into the community. At least 25 people. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
So, thank you everybody.
Okay, in RRY NFT, I'll be giving out flyers for you to see as well. Thank you very much.
My team will be giving out flyers. Learn a little bit more. The truth is, when you look at NFTs, the gentleman that came before us is very correct. If you look at Board Ape Yacht Club, the reason that they grew because of their community. The community that bought Board Ape was actually Asian in the first place. So the Asians bought it because there was a brand before that called Bay, which Kanye West wore, Easy, and people like that. So that happened to give them traction. That's what we're looking for you guys. With your support, we believe we can reach out to the world. Thank you very much.
I'm so sorry. Sorry, you guys, we are Okay, we are hiring. if you are an influencer, collab manager, content manager, please go on our Discord, join our server, and open a ticket. Respond to as soon as possible. Thank you. Please come again. Twitter server. Just Twitter, you see.
You mean content writers or content?
I don't think they heard you when you went fast. Did you guys hear her? Because what I heard is Saba. Alright, thank you. So slower please, so they can.
Okay, we are looking for collab managers, moderators, influencers, content writers too. So go to the Discord link, join the server, and open a ticket. So you
Alright, thank you. Was that slow enough? Cool. Anybody that will translate to Yoruba? If you want to translate to Yoruba, you can. Is it how much? Or you get one NFT right now? Alright, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Our next speaker, the person of Mr. Simon Ofa, the CEO of Pemgat Finance. Can we keep clapping till he comes on stage, please? Mr. Simon Ofa, CEO of Pemgat Finance.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, the hall is a bit quiet today, and I quite understand why. I heard there was a very big activity yesterday, so everybody seems tired. So good afternoon, everyone again. Yeah, so the space is a very highly incentivized space. So I'm going to incentivize somebody this morning, but I don't just know who yet. All I just need you to do is to take up my phone and be my media person for this event, and you get an incentive. Who will do that? Who will volunteer? Okay. I think I saw the hand first. Let's put our hands together for her. So she gets 10 USDT for doing that. So you're going to be my media person for this event, do photos, do videos, just at the mark. So I don't know if I have my presentation. Do I have my presentation? So I'll be sorry? You are saying something? Okay, you want to collaborate, that you can get. For collaborating, you get 5 USDT. Alright. So I'm seeing a lot of people around. The hall is now beginning to have some energy. So give me an energy. Make some noise for yourself. Put your hands together for yourself. Put your hands together for the organizers. Yeah. I will be talking about money. And anyway, they're talking about money. The place is not always calm. So I'll be talking about decentralized finance, and I will be talking about, in fact, the sub-topic of my presentation is follow the money. That's not the sub-topic. So I'm talking about decentralized finance and how we can participate in it. And I love the presentation of the guy that was talking about NFTs. He just hit the nail on the head. Value creation. How do you get value? How do you perceive value? How do you relate value into finance? And that is the whole essence of NFT. Non-fungible token, which is also tokenization of what they call real-world assets. So an asset may not necessarily be physical. An asset, for those of us that did economics, an asset is anything that has what? See, if you answer well, you never can tell. I've given 15 already, and I have my budget for this particular class. You're not going to put your hands together for me. I've given 15 already. Just ensure that you have your wallet, and if you don't have your wallet, for those of us that are going to get your certificate, you have wallet. You that is carrying phone, I hope you have wallet. case here, so at least you should have a wallet that can receive USDT. Now, so talking about tokenization of real-world assets and the whole essence of decentralized finance and the blockchain. So, value, like I was saying, is anything that has assets. I was saying is anything that has value, that is of value to you. So it could be a physical asset like your land, your car, or a membership, like he explained, the membership of a club, you know, or membership of a music entertainment producer or music producer that allows you or gives you the permission to preview a music before it is what? Released. So you can have value spread across. So that is the whole essence of what we are talking about today. And let me tell you this. The most successful NFT, which is the tokenization of real world asset today, is the tokenization of the what? The US dollar. In fact, phenomenal in itself. You know the US dollar is tokenized, right? So when I told them I'm giving them USDT, I'm giving them the digital version or the tokenized version of the United States dollar. So the tokenization is the most successful. For me, to my own, you can disagree if you like, but for me, I feel that the most successful use case of tokenization of real world asset is tokenization of the US dollar. Why? Because it gives me the fact that I can just receive dollar, you know, from anywhere in the world and change it to fiat, to naira in less than 5 minutes. I think the feeling just gives me joy, as it's for me, because doing business, I've been in business for the past couple of years, and I understand how it can be some time before this USDT came on board. How it could be some time when, okay, the slide is not up there. How it can be sometimes when you want to receive money, and it is very difficult for first the money getting to you, then secondly you don't have to change the money to fiat, how you have to go to bureau de change to do that exchange, and finally you now finally have get the finance. So it's always very, very difficult. But with the tokenization of dollar, it is very possible. And the interesting fact, in fact, crypto is going to be very interesting for next year. How many of us know why? How many of us know why? Okay. Thank you very much. Because Donald Trump won the election. And if you look at the people he has selected as what we call ministers here, in the US they call them secretaries, most of those guys are crypto enthusiasts. In fact, the Secretary of Commerce, which is the Minister of Commerce that we have here in Nigeria, happens to run a company, Cantor Flipkart, that maintains the ledger for the USDT with the Federal Reserve. And that guy is the guy that is heading that's going to head the Ministry of Commerce in the United States. So you can imagine how that is going to explode the entire crypto space. Then you have the almighty Gary Gensler. Who knows Gary Gensler? I liken Gary Gensler to our own Emefiele. Sorry. Please, if you have that on this live, please take it out. To our own, let me not call anybody's name, but I liken him. That guy was all against crypto and anything crypto. Fought the most use case institutions in the United States, in the crypto space. And in fact, some of us don't know this, he was coming for Ethereum. Because immediately Ethereum moved from proof of work to proof of stake, it became an investment instrument, which the guy was totally against. In fact, the guy doesn't want to hear when he hears investments that is outside the traditional finance or traditional economics that he understands. Mind you, this guy read economics in 1981. So that's the thing you understand. But for next year, we're going to see an exciting crypto space. Again, like our last presentation, second to the last presenter said, do your own research, don't go all in, so that you will not be the voice of the guy that was crying in the wilderness just now. All right, please. the slide. We have. Okay, so what is decentralized finance? What is DeFi? I'm sure we must have heard about so much about it. From yesterday to today, and the essence of why we are sitting down here today. What is decentralized finance? You must have heard so much about the technology, which is fantastic. Blocks, blockchain, proof of work, what else? Nodes, and all of all that centralized without any physical intermediary. But me, I'm for the money. And I'm for the money in a very responsible way. I'm not going to tell you, oh, jump into a coin, go all these, long 1 million S, you will put $10, by next year, you'll be driving 3 GLK. I'm not going to do that. That is not why I'm here. But what I'm talking today is, or what I'm going to be saying today is, how do we maximize the opportunities in DeFi to build reasonable economic solution for ourselves? Some of us, DeFi is already creating jobs that never existed 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago. Some of us are earning, some of us are going to earn in space what traditional jobs may not be able to give us. As a matter of fact, I was telling somebody, my friend this morning, I said, Chris, do you know why, as difficult as situation the things are in Nigeria, a lot of people are not protesting? You know why? People are making money in dollars in their homes. Nobody is shouting. During Jonathan, fuel was increased from, is it 47 naira to, I think 70 something. The whole country went mad. Now we have had fuel increase just from last year to this year from 200 and something to 1,000 something. And yet everybody is just still, because guys are actually cashing out, that's just making dollars. By the time they do the conversion, everybody is fine. So you are going to see those kind of opportunities, and the goal is how can we maximize or cash out from those kind of opportunities. So, like I said, DeFi is building financial instruments without the need for an intermediary. That is basically what it is. Building financial instruments. What financial instruments do we understand? Savings, investments, lending, borrowing. You know, we are going to see that in DeFi. You may understand it in different terms. DeFi means taking, or it's practically the same thing, borrowing and lending, and the protocols that support these particular DeFi activities. So, the next slide, please. Okay, so the principles of DeFi, of course, which was, I'm sure it was that they explained in different concepts here, decentralization, smart contract, inclusivity, and programmability. So what it simply means is that it is purely decentralized. You can relate with any DeFi project, interact with any DeFi project anywhere in the world without the form of any barrier. It is inclusive. What it means is that in the normal financial process, there are barriers to entry. What are the barriers to entry? For example, in the banking system of Nigeria, if you are not 18, you cannot participate in banking because you need BVN, you need NIN. So if you don't have all of those documents, you may not be able to participate in the banking system of Nigeria. But with DeFi, all you need is a phone and internet. Once you have phone and internet, you can participate. Some of us participated in what? Tapping. Am I lying? Some of us participated in tapping. Some of us participated in several Telegram airdrops. We didn't need to have BVN, NIN. They didn't ask our matriculation number. We just downloaded the app and started tapping. Some of us got lucky. Some of us got disappointed. And so life be. You understand? So whatever you got, take it like that. I heard men fight. Okay, let me know today. So as I'm saying, programmability. It is programmable. That means you can build around it. You can expand the prospect of the project. You can build around it the current, and I just want to quickly say this here. Many of us, before we think about, oh, what value, what coin can we spend, what value can we get from the market, let us think of what kind of value can we also create in this space. So I want to encourage us, this is not the time to abandon skills. And when I talk about skills, I'm talking about the hard skills. I'm not talking about the soft, I'm talking about the hard skills here. Like learning how to code, learning how to be creative, you know, in terms of artistic creativity. You learn how to code, you learn how to do artistic creativity, in marketing skills, any skills that you think you can bring to the play. Because the truth is that in this space, yes, the traders are making money, no doubt. But the major guys that are going to make the bulk of the money, whether bull run, bear run, bull run, or no bull run, are the developers, are the guys that are creating the value. The traders will only wait for signals. Developers do not need to wait for signals. All they need to do is to create and participate in the project. Whether they do run or no do run, they will make their money. So please, I want to indulge us. You still have the time. Learn programming, learn Solidity, learn Rust, learn Move, learn all the programming that is related to Web3 and blockchain. It will pay off on the long run. Now, because also, while we are also seeing this crypto project and this blockchain project or DeFi project explode, we are now seeing institutions coming into the space. What we are seeing now is not necessarily the bull run, but Bitcoin going up. And it is very explainable. Donald Trump won the presidency. Bitcoin is the base cryptocurrency, like the major cryptocurrency. So when anybody thinks about crypto, they think about Bitcoin. So everybody is investing in Bitcoin. So it's a no-brainer. So the Bitcoin is actually going up. Very shortly, we'll start seeing liquidity pulling out from Bitcoin, now looking for projects, you know, to participate. So imagine you have a project and you're adding value. We are going to start seeing institutions in Nigeria, most especially the fintech institutions, the financial institutions, are mostly like the most innovative sector in the country as we have it today. From digital payment, smart payment, we are already seeing tap to pay like we have in BRT buses, contactless payment. We are going to see payment solutions that are going to be built on the blockchain. It's already happening. Zone is currently building something for banks and other financial institutions for them to interact with payment on blockchain. So how can we position ourselves in that space? I see a lot of liquidity in the crypto space, a lot of liquidity in the crypto space. So I always ask this question: how can we translate this liquidity to businesses that are solving problems here that needs to scale? For example, we have industries in our bank who, instead of going to the banks, yesterday, Central Bank of Nigeria just increased the NPA, I would call it, the interest rate, just increased the interest rate to 30% or 24%. By the time the business owner is getting that loan, he gets the loan as 30%. How does he want to pay back the other issues he has from running the business, from diesel, from generator, paying of staffs? But how can we bring this liquidity we are seeing in the space to help those kind of businesses to scale, to help the businessman in Aba raise capital for his business? At the end of the day, the business scales, products are sold. Those that are holding the tokens or holding the assets that helps providing liquidity to scale that particular business gets benefit on the long run. So we need more people in the space to begin to think in that line, create solutions, and again try to educate, how people can participate and get benefit from this particular market. We need more people like that. So that is why you yourself today that are sitting down in this conference must see yourself as ambassadors to create that value. Centralized system has gotten to its limit. I'm not against the banks or against them. I think that's what they do, and I think we just need to now start thinking outside the box, especially as third world countries, and how we can benefit, from what DeFi is offering us. If a country like the United States, the president is saying that he wants to make the country the cryptocurrency capital of the world, I don't see why we in Nigeria, should be playing catch up. As individuals, we need to see how we can develop ourselves for the opportunities that would come beyond looking for coins that can do 10,000x and 1 millionx. Please, next slide. Yeah, so the platforms that constitute DeFi, I mentioned, is just basically the things you understand in the normal traditional finance. Your lending, borrowing. So in the space, we have the first and foremost, the stable tokens, like I mentioned. Stable tokens, for me, my own view, one of the most successful use case of real-world assets, or tokenization of real-world assets, or NFTs, like we call it, because it creates the opportunity to easily participate in DeFi. Bitcoin was supposed to solve a payment problem, but the challenge of Bitcoin was the volatility. So for example, I sell this table for you at 2 Bitcoin. Then you are excited, you have 2 Bitcoin. Except you want to hold the Bitcoin for a long time. The day you now decide to go and buy more table, and Bitcoin price now drop, you are technically running at a loss. Because it is not just that the value has dropped, but you are working against what? Time. So, but with stable coins, you can easily participate because the value of the token is pegged at 1 to 1. The United States dollar is pegged at 1 to 1 with the USDT. So, stable coin is one of the most important concepts of DeFi. You have exchanges. Most of us have exchange wallet, Binance, Bybit, KuCoin, what else? So these are centralized exchange wallets. Then you have the decentralized exchange wallet, which most of us, or let me know this word, most of us, which many of us are very conversant with. So PancakeSwap, Uniswap, all those places you swap your tokens, they are all decentralized exchanges. And those are one of the most important constitutes for DeFi. So the CeFi are mostly tending towards centralization, which technically the space is always resisting that form of centralization because it gives you the ability to do what you want to do to your own freedom. But the disadvantage is that if anything goes wrong, the presenter that just spoke about NFTs was talking about identity. In DeFi, in DEX, you really do not know who you are dealing with. You participate. I'm going to show on the screen now. And if there are, if some of us are familiar with that screen, then we'll now do some form of analysis. Now, if you don't know anybody, you are dealing with anonymity, so anything can happen. But with centralized exchange itself, it creates that form of protection, because your KYC is taken, your IDs are taken. If you are signing up for Binance, you need some form of identity. They will take your passport, photograph, or any document you can use to identify you. So, but the gains, or let me not use the word gains, the profit you are likely not going to make from DEX, you may likely not make it from SET. For example, staking rewards. Staking rewards on DEX, liquid staking, yield farming, sometimes, because SET will give you the availability of what they can provide. But for DEX, you have a whole lot of programs you can particularize with. So for DEX, they use AMM, that's Automated Market Maker. based on the liquidity that's available for the market at that particular time. For search, the platform is order book. That's orders, buyers versus sellers. What else? Liquidity. Then I spoke about. I want to talk about applications. Applications that are built on these DeFi principles. So, Lido Finance, for example. Many of us have heard about Lido. Lido Finance, Lido.fi. It's a platform that gives you the opportunity to stake your cryptocurrency. So once you stake your cryptocurrency, for example, you stake Ethereum, they will give you STETH. That STETH is actually a token that shows, so you can take that token anywhere to say, yes, I actually have Ethereum staked somewhere. But the good thing about it, that's why it's called liquid staking, is that you can easily swap that token at any given time. Then you have other forms of staking, delegated staking, then you have the hard stake that is happening on Ethereum. The hard stake is that you need at least 32 Ethereum, because Ethereum is proof of stake now. You need at least 32 Ethereum, to stake and get the staking reward. Next slide. Yeah, so staking, I've talked about staking, staking, and lending. So swapping of the values you have a particular token, you hold the token, you agree to participate in the token goes up, you swap it. You can actually, there are platforms like Aave and Compound that gives you the opportunity to lend the token. Once you lend that particular token, you get a particular reward at the end of the year. An API of 18%, 20%, these are things you can participate in. Then borrowing as well. You can actually borrow Aave. There's a particular protocol, Aave protocol. It gives you the opportunity to borrow while you use a particular percentage of the token as collateral. So if the trade you have gone for did not work out, you lose your collateral. Your collateral will cease. So these are various protocols and platforms that gives the opportunity for you to earn, participate in several DeFi projects. Next slide. So I pretty much explained how centralized exchange work and decentralized exchange work. Centralized exchange work with the other book principles. How many of us have, of course, we all have Binance. Do we have Binance? Yes. Are you trade on Binance? You trade on Binance or just use the CDS? Which one? Just Binance. Just Binance. So you trade on Binance. If you go to trade on Binance, you will see the other book on the left-hand side. Is it on the left or on the right? I'm missing Binance and Binance. Both of them are the same thing. I think one of them is on the left. On the left-hand side, you see a particular numbers, numbers. The up is green, the down is red. The up side are those that have signified they want to buy for a particular amount. Right? The down is signifying those that want to sell for a particular amount. Then you now see the middle price, which is actually the market price. So you could set your limit to say buy at a particular low limit, when the market price drop to this. You could use that parameter to set your stop losses, your OCOs, and different parameters as the case may be. But again, this particular conference just set the tone of foundation for you to expand, your knowledge and mindset. When you go back home, these are things you begin to want to also do. Pick up material to study more on this particular topic, so that most people I see in the space just jump on bandwagons. Most people. And those most people are the ones that lose their money the most. 4 years later, they will not come and tell you crypto is scam, crypto doesn't work, crypto is audio money, crypto is, and I used to be like that. Until I started studying on my own. What I'm telling you today, please don't sleep on it. when you go home, explore your wallet, your exchange wallet. You may not necessarily need to do anything special, but just explore and go and get more knowledge on it. You know? So then you have the decentralized exchange. So if you don't have a decentralized exchange, go on your Play Store or your iStore, download Trust Wallet. I think Trust Wallet is the most common wallet that gives access to decentralized exchanges, a Pancake Swap and Uniswap. You can swap your token and just hold. It also gives you access to your private key. Because in centralized exchange, your private key is in the hands of the exchange. So if anything happens, your crypto or your project or whatever you're holding is what from. So, next slide. I spoke about staking and for decentralized exchange using the concept of liquidity pools. The challenge in decentralized exchange is that there need to be liquidity for you to be able to swap your token. There needs to be some form of liquidity. Otherwise, you may suffer what they call permanent loss or permanent loss, where you see a token at a particular, and it has happened to me a lot. I'm not going to show the screen now. For those of us that are involved in that, they are going to laugh when they see it. Once you see a token and you see the price, and you want to sell, you may not be able to sell at the price at which you want to sell that particular token. Why? Because of the lack of the liquidity may not be available. So you have to drag your price down, increase your slippage, do all of that. At the end of the day, even though you want to sell high, you may end up selling low. So those are the challenges of decentralized exchange. Now, for providing liquidity on those decentralized exchange, for being the one providing liquidity on those decentralized exchange, you get some form of incentives in form of yield farming, in form of staking. Just providing liquidity, you say you have USDT, you can take USDT to your decentralized wallet and say, provide liquidity for this particular swap, and you get a particular percentage or a particular transaction fee at the end of the day. Next slide. Risk of DeFi, smart contract vulnerability. How many of us have heard about SUI? How many of us know about SUI? SUI. Yes. You know that, was it last week or early this week? There was an outage in the network. There was an outage. It happened to Solana too. So don't say SUI. Yeah, it happened to Solana. Sometimes some of these contracts or some of these codes are not without some form of vulnerability. So there could be some form of things that need to be checked in the contract. So what saved SUI was that it was not that the code was not correct or it was a deliberate malfunction. It was that the programming language, which is Move, had some technical issues. Because for Ethereum, Solidity, for Solana it was, for SUI was used Move. Programming language. The programming language itself had some technical issues, some technicality. So it led to the outage, I think for some hours before the thing now particularly came back. We see this a lot in debt. For those of us who are actually debt people, there are a lot of contracts you jump into because you see that it has a lot of liquidity, it has a high potential to go high. Like he mentioned, Davido coin was built on Solana using those particular projects. Sometimes the smart contracts may have some form of vulnerability. So you may want to check, do your research. Who are the team behind this? Do you trust the programmers enough to be able to participate in this particular project? So that is one of the things you need to understand. Regulatory concerns, For us in Nigeria, we have some misrepresentation of regulations. In one group, CBN is saying don't involve in crypto. In another swell group, there is the ministry that needs them having to develop the national blockchain policy. How many of us in Nigeria has a national blockchain policy? Yes, Nigeria has a national blockchain policy. You can Google it. Sounds surprised, but you look surprised. You can Google it. There's a Nigerian national blockchain policy that describes how Nigeria is going to adopt blockchain by 2030. In fact, the document itself states that blockchain will have add to the global economy $1.7 trillion. It's a Nigerian document developed by the Nigerian Federal Ministry of Digital Economy, Science, Technology, and Innovation. Yeah. So we have that policy. Then we also have, so sometimes we are saying this policy just opposed. SEC is saying giving licenses to exchanges to sell digital assets. We also have CBN saying, so we have some of this regulatory misconcerns, but in Nigeria, anything can go. So market risk, volatility, you cannot explain that enough. Volatility in the market is a serious risk. Then scams and workflow, which leads me to my next slide. How many of us know this screen? I want to catch it. You can't see. Okay, let me help. Desk screener. Desk screener. How many of us know desk screener? Just. So this is a screen that, this is a platform that actually shows projects that are built mostly on Solana. Meme coins. Meme tokens. On this desk screener, so if you look at what I wrote there, say, run for your life or get eaten by wolves. This was where Davido and Sabino's coin was. This was where I saw them next. And I saw the one he was the organizer was talking about. I saw that one too, and I got involved. And you know the story. I was, I was eating. So I'm always scared to open this because on one hand you are seeing money, on the other hand you are telling yourself, do I want to participate in this or not? On one hand you are seeing in 24 hours 19,000%. So there are several risks associated with this sometimes. Risk is enormous. To be a rock project, even if when you are saying a locked liquidity, you are saying that, oh, this liquidity can actually hold this project for a particular time. But it's not also a guarantee. You involve the name, the next thing you are saying is your money has gone to audio money in 1 hour. So those are the kind of risk associated with DeFi. You can see projects that can actually make you rich, but at the same time, you need to be very, 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 very careful. Next slide. Yeah, so, like I mentioned, projects to watch out for in 2025. Then I mentioned follow the money. And I'm going to give my reasons why. These are expos now. I'm going to give my reasons why. That does not also stop us to do our own what? Do your own what? Research. So these are the reasons why. Do your own research. Because this space is not, sometimes when I see people talk about the crypto space, and they look at it as it's for people that are jobless, people that don't have, things serious to do, people that are not serious with their lives, and people that are just, non-entities. I just laugh. It's the amount of time I spend in research. I don't think I've ever spent it in any sector I have worked in my entire life. I kid you not. I've worked in agriculture, I've worked in fintech, I've worked in edtech. Thank you. Yeah, I've worked in agriculture, I worked in fintech, and I worked in edtech. I've never done the amount of research I spent so much you in the space. So Ethereum, and again, I'm not with bias. Ethereum, of course, if not for Ethereum, many of us will not be talking about DeFi today. And please, let's put our hands together for Ethereum. Ethereum is why we are talking about decentralized finance today. In fact, anything decentralized. Any product we have talked about today that is not Bitcoin, it is backed and was powered by Ethereum at one point or the other. So Ethereum, of course, has got some scalability issues, but with layer 2 invention, we've now seen that some of these scalability issues are now beginning to tackle, are now getting tackled with some of those layer 2 solutions. So Ethereum is posed as one of the tokens that is going to do well, or one of the projects that the ecosystem itself is going to do well in 2025. Some people are saying they get to $20,000. It's very possible. Next slide. Solana. Put your hands again together for Solana. Solana powers some very powerful, and these are high cap points, right? These are very high cap points. The market capitalization is about 120 billion, so it's a very high cap point. So it's going to do well in terms of supporting projects, good network versatility, build DeFi project, and build many coins we are seeing today are being supported by Solana. Bonk, name them. Next slide. Sui, yeah, this is the new kid on the block. Sui is the fastest blockchain at today. 197,000 transactions per second. This project is a very solid project you may want to look at. There are successful or very powerful projects that are highly undervalued in the Sui ecosystem, notably SuiPad and the rest of other projects. So these are one of the projects. So this particular token, some people are even saying it's the Solana killer. So imagine, I saw Solana at $2. You can imagine the pain I go through when I go to CoinMarketCap and I see the current price of Solana. I saw Solana at $2. I saw Ethereum at $12. So that was not far from that. So imagine you are saying Sui now at 3 point something. The last time when I did this time was but yesterday also 3.46. Current market capitalization is about 9.58 billion. Next slide. Cardano, which is also a solid blockchain project. Last, my time is up. And Ripple, the person that is fighting Ripple, the guarantor that has been against Ripple, his head is now being chopped up by who? The Almighty Donald Trump. So a new, in fact, the acceptance speech of the new person who was coming to take his, position by next year, January 2025. One of the the line in her acceptance speech, she said, "Let crypto great again." In fact, the day Gary Gensler announced, it was announced that she was going to step down, the price of Ripple did over 50%. So Ripple is a very solid project. It supports cross-border payment. So we'll start seeing even our own conventional bank jumping on Ripple. Last slide. Yeah, so if you follow along my presentation, you like my presentation, and you want me to be your mentor, just follow me on it. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. For the people I owe $15, please. We'll meet outside the hall. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, the giveaway is for everybody, including the compressed. Thank you, sir. Okay, so right about now, we'll be having the panel section. It's going to be interactive. If anybody have question for him, you have a question, or for any other speaker, you have a question, please. Let's take question. Please, sir, come and help me. Sir? Okay, with the clapping ovation, no, you don't understand. The clapping ovation, let's make welcome Favor Benjamin. This is she, yeah? Maybe the anchor. Where the anchor? Keep clapping, please. Mr. Ibe Solomon. Mr. Paul Perry. Mr. Violet Benson. Oh my Lord, I'm so sorry, Miss Violet. Sorry. Ah, she's so. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Okay, so the topic for our panel session is tokenized economies in gaming, how blockchain is transforming rewards and incentives. I'll take it again. Tokenized economies in gaming, how blockchain is transforming rewards and incentives. Okay, so as blockchain technology continues to revolutionize various industries, the gaming sector stands out as one of the most rapidly evolving. I believe we would all agree with that. Tokenized economies within gaming enables new ways for players and developers to interact, providing enhanced incentives, rewards, and monetization opportunities. This panel will explore how blockchain technology is transforming rewards and incentives in gaming, focusing on the potential for new business models, community engagement, and the future of decentralized gaming. Okay, so the first question for our speaker: how are tokenized economies reshaping the gaming industry?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Paul Bakari. I work at Excel Gaming. We're a media marketing brand for gaming in Africa with gaming community spanning over 500,000 members. So, in terms of blockchain technology and the gaming ecosystem as a whole, one thing we can say is that that's really opened up the opportunities for gamers, creators, and operators within the gaming ecosystem to be able to generate more revenue than they usually do, or that traditional industries would allow them to. So, the question about so it's providing a lot of opportunities for these gamers to really decentralize how they generate their revenue. So the traditional means for gamers to be able to generate revenue is probably they have a large following and then they're able to monetize that following through brands and businesses. Now, one format that people may not be so aware of that is somewhat decentralized is actually how people are able to monetize via platforms like TikTok. You know, instead of having to wait for maybe a brand or a business to come in to be able to help you to generate revenue, you're now able to generate that revenue directly from your audience through gamified mechanics, through gamified tokens. So that is very, very related to decentralization and how it allows people to monetize. And where Web3 and cryptocurrency is really going to disrupt that space, that is going to allow people to then do it at a larger scale and at a scale that is transferable beyond just the platforms. So that's very likely where we'll be seeing things going to in the next couple of years, and people will be able to monetize across platforms, probably generating the same cryptocurrency or generating a diverse range of cryptocurrency across different platforms. Yes.
everyone. A round of applause. Thank you so much. So, to Mr. Ide, what advantages do tokenized rewards offer compared to traditional in-game currencies? What advantages do tokenized rewards offer compared to traditional in-game currencies?
The best way to explain this would be to use examples. Most of us here play Candy Crush, right? Or we play Subway Surfer. In each of these games, the more you play, the more coins you get. But what do you use these coins for? Absolutely nothing, except from that game. Or we're talking about tokenized games, we're talking about situations where the coins that you make in these games, you can actually use them and make money out of it. We're looking at examples of games where cryptocurrency can be won from playing the games. That's different. The beauty about it, to answer to your question, you asked that again.
So what advantages do tokenized rewards offer compared to traditional in-game currencies?
I mean, so the very first advantage is you make money. Everybody likes saving money, right? And it's even better when you are making money doing something that is interesting, doing something that you like doing. I see people seated at a hotel lobby and they are playing Candy Crush or they are playing something. So imagine if you could just be seated and you are busy making money and you're just there anywhere at any time. That's one amazing advantage. The other advantage is compared to traditional games, all of these tokenized games are built around ecosystems, right? And when I say ecosystem, Mr. Simeon was explaining Ethereum and how it is either proof of work or proof of stake. The thing with Ethereum is that it is a network, so you can build applications on top of it. And these games are applications that have been built on a network. So the more applications you build, the more use cases you have. The more use cases you have, the more opportunities you give people to make money. And that's the amazing thing. So it's like people building games on Java or people building games on Roblox, for instance. All of these things allow multiple people in different parts of the world to create their own kinds of things. So I'm an African, I could go on Axie Infinity, for instance, and try to create IO. You could go and try to build drones. Someone could go and try to build a card game. Someone could go and try to build Ludo. All of these games can all be on the same ecosystem, and use the same token, allowing everyone to make money regardless of the game they play. That's the thing of the ecosystem. It is what blockchain makes possible.
Thank you so much. A round of applause. That was a very beautiful one. You know, even I don't remember the exact name, but then there are some games you actually play and then you earn real rewards. You don't even have to maybe wait for the launch as you're getting the token currency. You're actually making money from it. So I think it's a very beautiful one. So to our next speaker, Violet, okay. How can blockchain gaming incentivize player engagement and retention? How can blockchain gaming incentivize player engagement and retention? How can blockchain gaming incentivize player engagement and retention?
Okay, hi everyone, good afternoon. My name is Violet. I'm the founder of the DAO Network. So, for those of you who are familiar with DAOs, essentially what we do is create the ecosystem that, I didn't catch your name, sorry. Solomon was talking about where people can build products or interact with an ecosystem that uses either a specific blockchain or, in our case, a multi-chain blockchain for greater interoperability, right? So that's one of the ways also that the blockchain can help with gaming. I mean, just like you said with Candy Crush, right? I don't know, how many of you play COD here? Exactly. I do not want to start asking about your collections, but I'm sure it's pretty impressive. And I'm saying this because recently someone's younger brother, someone that asked us for birthday gifts, and when I saw this guy's collection, I was like, what? How are you spending so much on this platform? Are you getting paid? And he's like, yeah. I'm like, you just spent $1.5 million getting tools, collectibles, and you're not getting paid on this game. And he's like, no. And I'm like, that's what the blockchain helps with. Right, there are Web3 games that you interact with and you get paid. It's, I think because people don't understand how it works, they think it's a scam or it's impossible. So essentially, when you're on platforms, your data gets capitalized on. Essentially, maybe they sell your data to advertisers or something. But now, the way the game is going in all sectors is the revenue sharing model, like TikTok does, where after they've taken monthly money from ads and all that, they now decide to give a chunk of that to the creators that drove this traffic or the engagement. So on the blockchain, it is easier for you to track all these things. If you're on TikTok and every day you're creating, you're spending time, it may no longer just be about how many people gifted you on a live session, or maybe something like how many hours were spent creating on this platform, right? It all depends on, how the platform chooses to pay you. For gaming, it could be something like, essentially how much loot that you get from your game. And for people who play COD, you know that there's loot everywhere. Now imagine if you could resell that on a marketplace like OpenSea. I don't know how many of you are familiar with OpenSea, the NFT marketplace. Exactly. Now imagine you have like a collection of guns and there's a dream community you're part of, and you just share the link to your OpenSea collection that's plugged into your Call of Duty game, right? That's giving the users like access to their assets. It's not just there on COD. If you have a different community, like maybe GTA, for example, they still use guns in GTA, right? It becomes a plug-and-play system with the blockchain, where these assets are tokenized. That's the NFT. So when you convert them to an NFT, you can put them on a marketplace, and then it gets value. You can sell, you can interchange, etc. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Round of applause for her. Okay, so over to you, sir. What role do NFTs play in transforming in-game rewards? What role do NFTs play in transforming in-game rewards?
I would say for in-game rewards, NFTs represent the transferable currencies or things that are attached to the actual in-game rewards that can be moved around the Web3 ecosystem. So what NFTs do is they allow you to more or less, that's kind of like the digital version of the characters you create in the game, the currencies you hold. It more or less stores the value, or it stores the data behind the assets that you have in the game, and it allows you to transfer that data across different blockchain platforms and the ecosystem as a whole. So, knowing fully well that the traditional games cannot really build them in because they are not built on blockchain technology, they are not built on the Web3 ecosystem. So if you try moving that data around, you'll probably only be able to move it at best. You can't even move it between the game, you can't even move it between people that you actually play the game with, it's just in the game. But with Web3 data, that currency is already on the blockchain, and now it can be moved around the chain from game to game, from ecosystem to ecosystem, and you will still retain the data about that creation that you have. So in the long term, things like this are really going to transform how we play games, in the sense that, oh, I have this custom built gun, or I have this custom built creative in this game, and I can use it in another game and still enjoy the full benefit of what that creative can offer to me. So, in summary, that's what NFTs do, and NFTs represent. They store the data behind the assets that you already have, and they help you to move that data across the blockchain ecosystem. So it's never deleted, it's never destroyed, it's just moved around so that you can use it in other platforms.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for that. Okay, so in addition to what you said, like Violet talked about, that's all those collections that are there. Now, those collections are tradable. You can actually sell them up and make money off it if they are NFTs, if they are on the blockchain. So, the next question to you, Sam, Mr. Solomon. How can developers leverage blockchain to build sustainable gaming economies? How can developers leverage blockchain to build sustainable gaming economies?
The fundamental characteristic of blockchain is that it's decentralized, right? And because it's decentralized, it means that no single person has control over it. And now we're talking about gaming economies. So what that means, like I already mentioned earlier, is the ability for people to do multiple activities within a particular ecosystem, like buy, sell, which you just explained. And I think it becomes even better when it's an NFT, which means it's non-fungible, it is rare and unique in itself. But to answer your question about how developers can use blockchain, one way to do that would be through the use of smart contracts. And I'm saying smart contracts because when something is automated, then there's no, for lack of a better word, there's no mago in it. Right. And there's no, oh, it's my guy, it's not my guy. Oh, please help me. There's no doubt. Because it is automated, it is as it is. So one is one. And so when blockchain developers embed smart contracts into games, the example Violet gave about someone who had spent 1.5 million naira in a game means that if the person is to sell the collection to another individual, it doesn't matter what part of the world that person is, the value remains the same. If it was to be in another setting, they would say, oh, because it's a white person, this is how much I'll sell it. It's a black person, this is how much I'll sell it. But that doesn't happen. So there's fairness, there's transparency, and there's also scalability too. Because another thing with the blockchain is it's still a new technology. Because it's a new technology, it's still growing. There's still so much that we haven't yet done. And so whatever it is that we're able to gain now from a gaming economy, we trust that the more people use it, the better it will get. And the better it gets, the more valuable it will be. So for those of us who are in on blockchain now, we're in a good space because we know things that so many people do not know, and we are putting ourselves in positions to earn even more when the time comes.
Thank you so much, Shai. So, Violet, what challenges do developers face in implementing blockchain?
Let me stop you there. I'm not a developer, I can tell. Please ask me another question.
Okay. So,
business developer, not a technical developer.
So, okay. How can tokenized gaming contribute to the growth of the metaverse?
I think we've already answered that. So the reason why the metaverse is like an abandoned hallway right now is because nobody's making money off of it, right? So tokenized gaming or tokenized anything can change that. I've also had a fashion show on the metaverse before and people had to pay tickets to attend. So that changes the entire scope of how to use the metaverse, right? Or for example, this event, people who couldn't attend in real life, attending maybe, yeah, they can attend on Zoom or Meet, but the metaverse is essentially the Web3 version of these spaces now. Imagine people are buying NFTs to gain access to the metaverse hall, for example. you know. So in gaming, this could, I don't know, it could gamify the whole experience. It could be something as simple as maybe throughout this week, people get to perform some sort of thing that is tracked or gamified. There's a metaverse that I'm partnered with, the Omniverse City. I don't know if any of you know that. But there, they tokenize assets like cars, for example. You can explore the metaverse, but if you want to go with a switch ride or a helicopter, it's all an experience, right? But you have to like purchase that, right? So that's another way. And you know, I think portals, because there has to be that interoperability as well. Imagine if you have games on. How many people play Roblox games here? Okay. So sometimes it's difficult for like players to get players off of Roblox. Now imagine if there's that portal or interoperability between metaverses where these games can be imported onto other platforms. It becomes easier. People don't understand the Roblox interface, they can still play the game using these other ones, but that's only possible with NFTs. Like the developers have said, right? You use the smart contract to integrate how the NFTs engage with the platforms.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, so what challenges do developers face in implementing blockchain into their games?
So maybe although I am not a blockchain developer, but I am a developer, so I can contribute my experiences deeply to this. So the challenges that developers face is actually the technology itself. Just like every new technology, it has a learning phase and it is difficult to implement. So let me bring it to this. I don't know if many people are really familiar with development as a whole, but back in the day, building with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript was very hard. If you try to start it maybe 20 years back, in 2004, when it had not really developed to the level that it is now, you would not be able to, you would really struggle with it. There weren't tutorials, there weren't explanations as to how to build it. Unlike now, if you wanted to go into it, maybe within 6 months, you watch a lot of tutorials, you learn the code from the ground up, you will be able to build with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And now it has even evolved now to where you have frameworks that people are now using maybe for mobile apps, maybe for their websites as well, or cross-platform and things like that. So bringing that to the Web3 and the crypto ecosystem, there is that difficulty of transition. People have to learn it, people have to understand it. The traditional technologies just can't solve that problem. They just can't scale to that level. They also are also struggling. That's why they've not fully transitioned. That's why a game like Call of Duty Mobile cannot integrate with Call of Duty Warzone just yet, and they are two completely different platforms. But if you were to build on Web3 and blockchain, a lot of that will happen seamlessly. And you wouldn't have to worry too much about the centralized aspect of managing your data and managing your information. So it's just the problem I believe they would be facing, because like I mentioned, I'm not a blockchain developer. But from that developer understanding, they are going to face issues with understanding the technology in itself. Like the internet, nobody can really explain how the internet formed, but people are now building on it. People know that, okay, this technology exists and we can build on it and we can expand on it. That's the same thing that has to happen within blockchain and Web3. Technology exists, we have to build on it, we have to expand on it, and we have to make it possible for other people to be able to utilize it, because it offers a lot more value that traditional ecosystems would not be able to offer. So that learning phase, that development phase, that understanding phase, and that phase where it becomes generally accessible. So let's say, so right now you can link it to the www boom, where when it first started, not many people were really on it. Now in 2024, if we're trying to do something that is around websites, people would say you are late. Compared to maybe 30 years ago, people would have said it's too early, we don't understand this. So it's just that time for everything to be learned, everything to develop, and then a lot of people will be able to work with it. I think that's where developers are facing issues.
So much. That was a very good point. Please, everyone will have us. So, in addition to that, I would also say one major issue would be gas fee issues, especially if it's Ethereum you're trying to integrate into your game. Maybe you get sum of maybe $10, and then you want to swap your $10 to $10 worth of Ethereum to USDT, and you're seeing gas fee of 9.6. How? So that would be one major issue that blockchain developers are facing, and might hinder the adoption, like the mass adoption of gaming in the blockchain. So the next question to you, Mr. Solomon, what are the potential legal implications of tokenizing game assets? What are the potential legal implications of tokenizing game assets?
So, the first one is adoption. And I think it's a major problem the challenge he was trying to explain as well. Because he mentioned different phases. He mentioned the learning phase, the building phase. There's also identity being generally accessible, which is literally adoption. And I'm going to use this population that we're talking to as a very simple example. I don't think, I might be wrong here, but before this event, how many of us have ever heard the word tokenized economy? How many of us have ever heard the word DeFi? Okay. How many of us have ever heard the word interoperability? I mean, so this just shows you a very simple use case here. That at the end of the day, like I mentioned, blockchain is still early. The percentage of the world's population, not just of the world's population, but the percentage of our target audience in the blockchain space do not yet understand what we're trying to do. That's true. And so even those who are gamers, proper traditional gamers, still have an issue with the blockchain. Nigeria as a country has an issue with the blockchain. The population here may have an issue with the blockchain. And it's all because of the same reason. Not being able to understand what the blockchain really is about. And that is why we may have had, because I was here yesterday, we may have had a fuller audience here yesterday than we do today. Because people do not yet understand what the blockchain is, how it works, and what the potential is. So the legal implication is, with the way the blockchain has been designed, not so many people understand it. And some of us who are already in the space will come at it from a lot of jargon perspective. So you can see the response now. We are talking to people about blockchain, people who do not understand, and we're saying so many words that only a few people in the audience understand. And that's why when you asked me the very first question, I tried to mention Subway Surf and Candy Crush. Because if I was to say traditional games, nobody here would understand what I mean by traditional games. So one very important legal implication is education. Us being able to explain to people in very layman terms what the blockchain is, what tokenized assets are, what the potential therein is. You can take an ATM card filled with money, write a pin on it, take it to a market woman. If she does not know what the ATM card is about, if she does not know how to operate an ATM machine, is that ATM useful? No, it's not. So we can give people so much value, but if they do not see the use case, if they do not see the value in it, then whatever it is we're saying is just problem. And so the legal implication starts with education. Once we educate people, we then begin to show them bit by bit how it works, and then it becomes easier for trading buying and selling the real application to them.
Thank you so much. I round of applause.
I'm going to add to that as well. Because transactions are happening things like that can affect how you build and how you're building in the blockchain or how you're using the blockchain. Right? So, like I said, it all comes down to education. Mass education is mass adoption. What people don't know, they don't use.
So, a question. How can tokenized gaming models benefit the African gaming community?
First of all, it's helping to fund the economy because now we're creating new revenue streams remotely. We don't necessarily need Japan to be able to earn Japan money at this point. And because, let's face it, industry, it's not just gaming. Maybe so many people are not gamers in this room, but gaming industry is large, right? And creating for that industry, I just told you how someone's portfolio getting you with having how much worth of goods. Well, how did you save up all the money they will give it to you, right? Then imagine people in developed countries that have a higher spending appetite. For example, and this is something I've done before, like you're playing games and they're like, oh, buy several coins so that you can be able to have the full power to do this or to access this thing, or to buy a helicopter also in the game or something that is just fun to have. Now, people might think, I don't really pay for stuff like that. But if you're a gamer, if you're immersed in that kind of experience, you're always trying stuff. Even on Candy Crush, you've tried a particular level several times and you're not passing it. And they say, oh, buy this hammer. You have 10 of this hammer for 200 naira, for example. It's like a no-brainer. You just want to pass that level, right? And now, imagine creating for that kind of industry where people just buy on a hunch or just because, frustrated, I just want to pass this level. Becomes larger when in industries in games rather, where you have to pay for more money. Like I've seen people buying stuff to 1K for their games, just characters, for example. That's creating another revenue stream for Africa. And another thing for the gamers in my community that I mentioned earlier, what they're doing is helping to promote the African culture with their games. Right? For example, instead of the regular characters, they're creating African-looking characters with African-looking names, and then the tokens, they are using things like maybe Naira or cities, something to promote our currency. Now, that might not make so much sense, but on the economic part of tokenization, it could be easier for the federal government, for example, to integrate in those CBDCs into gaming. Now, if they want to say, oh, here's our tokenized currency, we already know the Naira is going down, but they can use it in games. That industry now, through the help of the game developers, can start helping with the Naira currency. So that's just one way to help.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. A round of applause for that. So, to you again, what strategies can be used to attract mainstream gamers to blockchain-based games? What strategies can be used to attract mainstream gamers to blockchain-based games?
So, for attracting mainstream gamers to blockchain games, I think it's all down to the platforms at the end of the day. people in the digital space. This is the digital space, and the digital space is defined by apps and platforms that people use. So to be able to attract gamers to that space, you need to set up a platform that connects with the problems that are closest to them. So, because at the end of the day, for the developers want to generate revenue from what they are doing, what they are building, and then the gamers as well want to derive value from what they are playing. So, in terms of finding a meeting ground where that value can be exchanged, which is what is called a market at the end of the day, it requires the platforms that enable it to actually exist. Now, whether these platforms exist in the already established games like Call of Duty, the PUBG Mobiles, the Candy Crush, whether it exists there or it exists in the new upcoming and trending games that people are going to be building with blockchain technology, that is yet to be seen. So, in terms of strategies to be able to attract people to blockchain games, it's more or less deciding how blockchain technology is going to be built in games. So, because we have to remember that blockchain is just one part of the technology. Gaming in itself is another technology on its own. You need animators, you need game developers, you need gameplay designers, and all those other things that build a game. So now blockchain technology is just something that is coming to add to the already existing game development ecosystem. So how is it going to blend in? How is it going to merge together? Strategies that would help that is actually integration. You can't invest more than the integration of those two distinct platforms because they are distinct entities, and you have to look at, okay, this is the value that Web3 and blockchain is bringing, and it's something that is going to be very crucial for the next generation of gamers. Now, this is how games are made. These are the games that we develop. These are the things that we like to play. That's gamers and friends gamers here. So there are games that gamers like to play, and then there's the technology that can help gamers to generate revenue, to tokenize, to monetize, and to engage in market trading activities with their assets. So it has to be built up. It has to be made accessible. That is the only strategy that can really drive blockchain adoption, because you're not going to change the games that people enjoy playing. So the Call of Duty is just a name for a game that people enjoy playing. That game could be any game, as long as people enjoy playing it. So you cannot change what people enjoy. You can only give them value to what they already enjoy. And I think that's the only strategy that blockchain developers and blockchain gaming can adopt to be able to get people to engage with those games at the end of the day. Thank you.
So much round of applause. To buttress what you just said, it is simply, like solving stuff that you play, sometimes you don't spend your money. But as you just imagine a game now that's exactly like solving stuff that your friend tells you, come and play this game, if you play it, you get money for free, like that. Everybody would want to engage in that particular one because, there's more value for their time. There's, just like Mr. Solomon said the first time, that imagine playing your Candy Crush and any promise, that is one major way to onboard mainstream gamers to blockchain gaming. And so because of our time, we'll be rounding up here. Does anyone have any questions, please? Does anyone have any questions, please? If you do, please raise your hand. Okay.
So hi, I'm directing this question at Solomon, and I want to know what your opinions are at what the Nigerian gaming ecosystem can do better in order to be more decentralized, be more open for adoption on this side of the world.
First, education. I'll say this over and over and over. And I'm saying this because people in Nigeria do not have time for too much drama, right? Just go straight to the point, tell them what we can. But that's one. The second is, we build a lot of things, but we probably don't build a lot of games. Much of our games are imports. I was in a summit last week, and it was interesting to see people using AI tools to create movies. And we're beginning to see a lot more of that. People using AI to create different things. When Nigeria accepts blockchain, we will begin to see more and more applications. So to answer your question, the first thing is getting the regulations right. Once we get the regulations right, we would have more people considering blockchain technology as a viable platform for innovation.
Thank you so much. Does that answer your questions? Thank you. And in absence of any other question, we have come to the end of this session. A round of applause for us.
Round of applause for the panelists one more time. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Please keep clapping for them till they leave the stage. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. The last male speaker mentioned something, and I'm sure we can all agree. He said most times Nigerians don't have time for too much grammar. True or false? Most times they just want to know, with this coin list, you would understand that sometimes when you open an app, you see terms and conditions. But what do? Accept, agree and continue. That's crazy. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we just have less than 3 more speakers. And I was made to understand that, remember yesterday we were supposed to give out 1 million naira. But today they said they will be giving out the sum of the organizers will be giving out this. Alright, can you hear me? Okay, can you hear me now? So the organizer said for everybody, so before the end of this event, we would be giving a huge sum. Well, since the mic is malfunctioning, we will. I would like for you. I said the organizers that they are going, if not that this mic was malfunctioning, I would have said something. Let you hear me about it. Alright, so I'm up. Now wow, this mic has went battery. This mic, nothing. Alright, I still want to let you know that we still have the founder of Youngcoin in the house. We still have the founder of Youngcoin in the house. Round of applause for him, please. He'll be talking to us soon. We also have a crypto market analyst in the house who will be telling us more on how to analyze the crypto market and things that make up the crypto market so that we can get into it. Well, if you're excited, make some noise for that. Woo! Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, right about now, we would like to welcome on stage a very special person. He is the founder of DSA Corporation. Ladies and gentlemen, if your hands are not too busy, please help me make welcome on stage, Mr. Martins Victor. Please put your hands together for him. Very handsome young man. Somebody say, oh, look at you. Only this side. See the people you'll be lecturing. Only this side. Alright, thank you so much.
Alright guys, hi everyone, how's everybody doing today? Like he has introduced me, my name is Martins Victor and I'm the founder of DSA Corp, right? And today, before I get into anything, I first want to ask this question. Is Africa in the house today? Come on, you guys should give me feedback now. Is Africa in the house today? Is Africa in the house today? I'm hearing no, I'm hearing yes. Are you guys now Americans? Today's topic is supposed to be about unlocking Africa's digital future. So when I say, is there Africans in the house? Are there Africans in the house? I need to hear you guys vibrate. Are there Africans in the house today? Yes. Alright guys. Firstly, I want to say this really briefly. I'm not going to take so much of your time. I'm just going to speak from my heart. I have like a slide presentation, but I'm not going to use that because it talks about technical terms, all that. All of that you can find on Google. You can find on YouTube, right? I want to talk to each and every one of us heart to heart. When we speak about Africa's digital future, what do you think we're talking about? We're talking about our future. I'm talking about my future. I'm talking about your future. I'm talking about the future of your unborn kids. It's deeper than us being here as individuals thinking, oh, we just came for an event in the social sciences theater and people were speaking about the African digital future and it doesn't concern me. It concerns you. Do you know that the future that you are living right now was based off of the decisions that your parents made? Do you believe that? Every single way that the economy, your mindset, your culture, your character, it all came from the building blocks that your parents passed across. Now you can have people that will come and tell you that my parents did their thing, so I want to live my life the way I want to live it. Do you understand that in the next 100 years, the houses that you are struggling to build, the cars that you are struggling to buy right now will all be dust or it will be mangled metal? Do you understand that everything that you're doing is not just for this moment? You're doing it not just for yourself, but for the next generation. And I really want to speak on the future of Africa's digital future, right? The future of digitalization in Africa. Who has seen the movie Wakanda? Everybody sees how technological that movie is, right? Those guys were literally dropping from space and they had something around their spaceship and they hit their whole continent with like some digital mapping technology. That was very cool, right? Do you believe that the African ecosystem and structure can be likened to that of Wakanda in the next 500 years? That's too much, I mean. Do you believe that it can be done in the next 100 years? It's still too much. Do you believe it can be done in the next 50 years? It's still too much, right? So in the next 10 years, who do you think is going to pioneer that future? It's who? Tinubu. Who do you think is going to pioneer that future that you can really feel is so close by, is so imminent, is so close, and it's going to happen? They were speaking about Donald Trump winning the US elections. Do you know how many opportunities and people that made money by virtue of that knowledge that they are going futuristic with everything that they're doing? The world is changing. The US is changing. Malaysia is changing. The UK is changing. Australia is changing. And it's time for Africa to change. Do you guys believe in the change of Africa? Do you believe it's time for Africa to change? When Buhari was campaigning for his election, what was his narrative? Change, change, change. Is that the kind of change you want for Africa? Is that the kind of change you want for Africa? Africans are so powerful. Let me tell you, the woman that calculated NASA's space trip to the moon was a black American woman. But when they say black American, they tie it to that American future. She was black. Innovations of the world today are pioneered by Africans. People that have the same skin color as you. But they come here and tell you that you were slaves. They come here and tell you that your colonial masters took you from somewhere and told you to do this and you have no potential. Do you believe that you have no potential? Say to yourself, I got potential. I've got potential. Can't hear you. Africa has got potential. And you guys are kings and queens that are going to pioneer this very future that we're talking about. A lot of people come here and talk technical stuff. Like I told you, you cannot find that on Google. If you get serious, they say anything you want to do, if you really dedicate yourself, your time, your attention to it, you will achieve it. True or false? If you read really hard for your studies or for your examination, do you think you'll pass the exam? Yes or no? You will pass the exam, right? What I'm trying to tell you guys today is we can all speak about all the technical things, all the big grammar, but if you do not leave here today and go home and sit down and say, what is this technology that these people are talking about? What are these things that these people are? It's so important that they left their houses to come and tell you. Let me tell you, my time is money. I'm standing here with you guys not because I could not be doing something that will pay me something, but because I believe that it's important. I have a campaign called Building the Future, and I go to secondary schools, primary schools, and I teach them about Web3 technology. I teach them about this very future that Africa is going to bring. Because if you think about our government and all that, they still want decentralized systems of things. But I believe that each and every one of us deserves to be truly free in a country where our system of government is democracy, right? When Zenith Bank then deducts your 15 naira when they send it, does it used to pay you? Zenith Bank can wake up today and close your account and you not do anything about it today. And these are the kind of centralized systems we are living in. But the future brings so much more. We're talking about blockchain. We're talking about NFTs. We're talking about artificial intelligence. We're talking about DeFi, cryptocurrency. By the way, if you're not holding any cryptocurrency, just be saving your money. 1,1, 2,000 here, 3,000 here. And please, buy cryptocurrency. Please. Do your own research, but please do not be left behind. All of these things, do your own research, very important. When I started out, I had no idea. I grew up in a genuine. I had nothing, nada. But everything that I built has come from consistency, knowing what I want to do and how I want to achieve. It took me time. People will be doing different other things, and I will be down there studying, reading what is happening. Because the world will always go through changes, trust me. There was a time when Facebook was not a thing. You didn't know what Facebook was, right? You didn't know what Instagram was. If you told somebody that, oh, I could put my picture somewhere and somebody could like it from 10,000 miles away, you'll never believe it. They will call it like, you're kidding. But these are the things that are happening right now. In 2004, when Facebook was founded, he had only about, let's say, 14 subscribers or so at first in his college. Think about it, right now, Facebook has billions of users. Billions. And people that profited through it when social marketing became a thing, you could make money from ads, you could do this. They profited from what was the change of innovation in their time. And right now, that change is Web3, blockchain technology, decentralization, transparency. All of these things, if you go to Google and search it, plenty. Take your time and study each and every one of them, right? Make the best decisions that you can make. And not also that, I was supposed to speak about community ambassadors, right? And I want to tell you, the people that you surround yourself with determine how far you go in life. Watch yourself. I'm a young man, yes, but in my mind, I'm not standing here in this moment. I'm thinking very futuristic. My mind is in 2045. Because those are the kind of things I want to bring down here and have people catch it very early on. Watch yourself. Be a part of real really genuine communities that will grow you as an individual. Because all this tech, all this technology, nobody's going to, it's just going to be tech if nobody's using it. The real power of whatever in the entire world is community, the value of human beings. So guys, get in great communities. There are many great partners that partner with us today. Sahara, ICP, or Pepperly, Amplified Growth Africa. There are so many communities that you could be a part of, to learn, to meet people, to network. Because at the end of the day, it's very vital. There are some things that technology will not take you inside those rooms. It's because, I know this person, or I'm in a community with this person, and this person trusts me mutually, that we are growing something that is very powerful. You guys have so much years ahead of you. So much years. And I'm trying to catch you guys up right now. There was a time, who knows the current rate of exchange rate in Nigeria? Almost 1,700 naira, right? 1,750, you are very current, sharp guy. 1,750. Right? No, don't, somebody made a statement. Please don't label people like that. 1,750 naira. There was a time when Bitcoin, right, was $1. They were begging people. Somebody did a conference like this, and there were only like 5 people that were there. Everybody else was like, these guys are just talking crap. Fast forward to today, one Bitcoin is above $92,000. If I give you one Bitcoin, in fact, you follow me everywhere. So guys, they say something, be in the right place at the right time. What we lack down here in Africa is the insight of people that are willing to tell you, this is the path you need to take, this is what you need to do, these are the communities you need to join. And I'm here to tell you guys, do the best that you can. It doesn't have to be by me. I don't mind if you join my community, I don't care. If I die today, I know that when I get over there, I try to inspire people to leave a legacy for the next generation. It's not about me. What kind of world do you want your kids to grow up in? We keep talking about the older people, our parents. We say that our uncle is not good, he doesn't have money, he doesn't send us. You are growing up, bro. Very soon your sister will get married. You become that auntie. You become that uncle. And when they say, Uncle this, every time you come to this house, now so talk, now so. How would you feel knowing that you were at Unilag Social Sciences and somebody told you about things in the future? He told you when Bitcoin was like something thousand, why didn't you buy at least even $100? I know that you were a student that time, you could have afforded it. How would you feel? So it's more than us, it's more than me, it's more than you guys, right? I've said a whole lot, but it's left for you to take what appeals to you in your heart and take it home. Meditate on it. When nobody is there, when your friends are not here to cheer you on, hold it in your heart. Research on all of these things. And trust me guys, trust me, give yourself 3 years. Do you know how long it took me to build everything I've built so far? It's taken me years, hard work, dedication, time, sacrifices. Sacrifices. Do the most that you can, guys. I'm pleading with you. Not for me. I was supposed to speak on community ambassadors. When you see somebody that's out there that you know has the means to do certain things, indulge the person. Tell the person to participate in things like this. It will help you guys in the long run. Alright? Are you guys following me? Alright. So I want to ask again, is Africa in the house tonight? Yes, that's good. That's good. And before we are anything, we are first Africans, and we owe it to our motherland, okay? So I'll be leaving you guys, but let me just say this real quick. I have a mastermind community, right? That's what I call it. It's a mastermind community. And I'm not going to tell you that I'm an expert, that I will teach you everything you need to know. I'm not going to tell you I'm an expert, right? But I want us to grow together. There was an airdrop, there was I don't know if you heard about airdrops. You heard about it, right? Okay, I'm pretty sure at that time everybody was tapping their phone. I even saw Daffo drivers tapping their screen. Who saw that? It was trending one time on TikTok. That was a part of an algorithm they put together. So when you tap, you get points, they pay you whatever your time was, right? There was one that happened earlier. It was called Grass. Grass is an internet service, decentralized internet service. And all you had to do was connect your laptop to an internet connection, install the app, and just be using your computer while you're using the internet, right? That's all you needed. And Grass dropped people over $1,000 free. Now this was not, oh, I'm learning one technical thing. These are opportunities that come, that by virtue of the communities that you are in, you are able to tap into it, right? I'm rounding up, just one more line. Things are happening, guys, and I want to carry you guys along with me. Because whether you like it or not, me, 2025, end of 2025, I have plans to go to Barbados. I want to go to the beachfront. I want to just do a lot of things, travel. Because I know that if I put my head down, I can actually achieve these things. So there are various communities out there. I'm just going to leave this with you, just in case you want to get in touch with me and also learn more about what I do. Just open your phones. I'm just going to give you a very simple website. I curated this website to teach you, like it shows a rundown of what is happening, how you can align yourself, shows you links to the community and all of that stuff. So the website is please write it down, www.dsacorp.xyz. Very easy. www.dsacorp.xyz. Thank you guys. I'm looking forward to seeing each and every one of you very successful in the future.
Thank you so much, sir, for that. I want to throw more light on what he said. We are all building, and he made emphasis on community. You can't go wrong with the right community. You need people when we are building. You need people, the right information, the right resources to actually build. And you were thinking this is about like go wrong. You need a lot of right information and a lot of right resources to actually meet up. So please take advantage of every single thing, every single opportunity that you are being exposed to today. Thank you. So we'll be going on to the second panel section. And please, if your hands are not busy, let's make welcome Mr. Oluwakumilo. Is it Mr. or Mrs.? Wow. Mrs. Oluwakumilola Oyelele. Please, let's keep clapping. Miss Amazino, Mr. Felix, please let's keep clapping, please. Oh, the fashion guy, good to see you, sir. Mr. Obafemi and Mr. Uchina. Mr. Uchina. Mr. Ojo, let's have it, sir. Please, let's keep clapping.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Oluwafumilola Ohiole Ojo, and I am a tailor. I am a 3D fashion designer and the operations manager. Thank you very much. I'm the operations manager for PPCL Nigeria chapter. So this afternoon we will be discussing about cross-platform for 3D NFT assets. How you can move your asset from one virtual world into another. So here with me are our panelists, and they will be answering some questions. So I hope that you learn here as much as I will do. Thank you. Okay, so my first question is to Mr. Felix Obafemi. So how do 3D NFTs differ from the traditional NFTs?
Right, hi everyone. I believe this is the second time you guys are seeing me. So, is there a way we can move this so that other people can see us from this side? Oh, are you seeing us? Okay, not clearly. So, if there's a way we can move this so that you can also see us as well. So again, I'm very to welcome you. And before I answer that question, I want to give you a brief insight into what I do actually. You guys saw the presentation yesterday, and then what I do, I prepare 3D African garments, for virtual platforms such as NFT, Metaverse, massive technology. I'm talking about AR and then the VR, and even games and animation. All right, so. Yeah, the question now is that how does NFT, 3D NFT differ from traditional NFT? So traditional NFTs, they are static. You remember one of the facilitators said that, imagine you can just snap a picture or do some artwork, snap them and put them out there, and then you are selling them. So those NFTs, they are static. All right, such as a video as well, another example, but 3D NFT, you can actually interact with them. Yes, I made an example of microphone. Are we together? So I made an example of microphone. This microphone right now, I can be in the Metaverse and still hold this microphone. I can see all the parts of this microphone. All right. So it is interactive. So that is 3D NFT. All right. Now my own area of specialization, creating digital garments as well. It can be made available for 3D NFT because. You can be in that metaverse or that virtual environment and still wear that garment. So you actually can interact with it. Okay, but the traditional NFT, they are static. You cannot interact with the environment. You can just only be with it. Alright? So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So if I get you right, you can actually try virtual garment on, and then you are not necessarily wearing them in the real life. So that will bring me to asking Ms. Amazino this question, that how does 3D fashion and augmented reality work together?
Hello. Hello everyone. My name is Amazino Obiti. I believe everyone here is seeing me for the first time today. Okay, so I'll first give you guys a brief overview of what I do. So I'm also a 3D fashion designer and animator. So let's get started. Okay, so the question is, how does
3D fashion and augmented reality work together?
Okay, this is past 2. I believe everybody's already very tired. So I'm going to be using very, very simple terms that even a 5-year-old can understand. So all the big English will be hearing this morning. You're not going to hear any of that now. So let me make it very simple. First of all, what is digital fashion? It's very simple. Digital fashion. What is fashion? Literally, what you are wearing right now. Everybody has a bit of fashion on there. Like the t-shirts you're wearing, your wristwatch, your shoes, your glasses, earrings, jewelry. Like essentially everything that is on you is part of fashion. So when I say digital, I'm simply saying what you are saying physically. Take it to your laptop, like, do you understand? That's digital fashion. So now, augmented reality, or commonly referred to as AR, I don't know if you guys have heard that before, and I don't know why the term is so serious, like why they have to do something as intense as augmented reality. It's not that deep. So essentially, augmented reality is just like you are combining the digital part with the physical part. Everybody here has made use of augmented reality before, and I'm certain you are not aware. I'm sure everybody has made use of the Snapchat filter. Snapchat filter is a clear example of augmented reality. There's you physically, and you are overlaying a digital filter over on your face. Like, let's say it would be like a lipstick, or like modifying, or like eyelashes, or even two glasses. That's literally what augmented reality is. Physical and digital. so combining it together. That's digital fashion and that's augmented reality. So now let me merge the two together. So digital fashion and augmented reality is essentially you trying out digital fashion items. Like let's say for instance, like a top, digital, like you are standing here now, and when you put like a phone or like a camera lens or something like a digital device, you can see the digital fashion on your body. You can see yourself wearing earrings on your screen. Although physically nobody can see you wearing earrings, but on your screen you are wearing earrings. I recently designed a corset. It's like the Snapchat filter that you can try it on. When I send the filter to you, just put it in front of you and the corset appears in front of you. People have also done it with other items like gele and all of those things. So imagine you are getting dressed now to go somewhere and you don't have your gele on. You can just put the filter and the gele goes with your outfit. That's it.
Thank you. Awesome stuff. Okay, so I'll be asking Mr. Ohiole this next question. Talking about NFTs and the cross 3D platform and everything, what are the current challenges in implementing cross-platform 3D NFTs?
Thank you for that question. I'm aware some of us also saw me yesterday, so my name remains Ojo Ohiole Joseph. So I'm a 3D artist and also a 3D journalist and CAD expert. So answering your question, so I'm going to we have a lot of challenges, but I'll just narrow it down to two of the major challenges and we'll just go from there. So one of the challenges we have is technical limitation. And when I say technical limitation, what I mean by that is most artists, most NFT artists, or that are 3D artists do not have the technical know-how of how to mint their assets in this cross-platform. So that's a major challenge. So we're looking for artists who, so for you, before you will be able to mint this, you need to understand what you need to do. You need to understand the know-how of how you can mint your this. You don't just create this assets and just upload like that. You need to know what you need to do in order to do that. That's the technical limitation we have. And the second one I have is the gas fee issue. And how many of us were around here yesterday when we mentioned about gas fee? One of the speakers said that she wanted to list and mint her product and it was like $100. So that's also a challenge we currently have, which is being built upon. So when you have your assets created and you want to mint it, and you're being given a gas fee of $20, and I mean, how much are you selling this thing for, and how much are you listing it? So those are major challenges that we have. And for us to solve this challenge, this major challenge, what we really need is just collaboration and innovation between the blockchain system and the game development. So once we have a good collaboration and innovation between these two platforms, and that will also solve that problem. So, and we still have other things, so I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you very much. My next question is for Mr. Felix, and I'll be, it's more of a two-in-one question, right? Now, the first question is, what are the key benefits of cross-platform NFTs for gamers and developers, like you mentioned? So what are the key benefits? And then the second question is, how can interoperability between virtual worlds be achieved?
Okay guys, there are a lot of benefits. Let me actually first talk about cross-platform because, you know, it sounds like big English, but it's not really big, just the cross and then the platform. So, alright, so we have different virtual platforms like gaming, alright? I mean, I know that gaming is a virtual platform. You know, you just play a game. Except for these are traditional physical games, Ludo, you know, and all that. So your game is a virtual platform. We have the massive technology, that's AR, augmented reality and virtual reality, as she explained, is a virtual platform as well. And then even animation as well is also virtual platform. You know, how many of you have seen animation, 3D animation movie before? Alright, so when I say cross-platform, this 3D asset or this 3D object that the creatives have prepared, you know, we can use them across all these various platforms. So it is relevant in Metaverse, relevant in virtual reality, relevant in games, and then even relevant for your 3D animation. Alright, so the benefit, one of the benefits is that how many of you have seen Fortnite? You know, you have this game with Fortnite. My God, so we are not gamers here. So you see, most of those assets, alright, most of those assets also can be available in this movie. Alright, very good. Another example is Avatar. Alright, you see those assets, those Avatar, what's it called? The real character that you see, you know, it can also be available in game. Alright, and we also have those garments, digital garments available in Metaverse as well. And then don't forget, they are also available as NFT. Alright, even physically, they are transferred physically, you know, for merchandise as well. So you cannot see Bentes, bag, and all that. They are available on all these, you know, platforms. So that's cross-platform. And then this is the benefits. I'm now asking your question. I'm asking a question. So this is one of the benefits of interoperability of this our asset that we are preparing. But majorly we are preparing 3D assets. So the works like most of the what's called on 3D animators and the prompt modeler. Alright, so they can be made available through collaboration as you know Odo explained. Alright, so that's the benefit of having all these things in the cross platform.
Okay, thank you very much. I hope you guys are learning. Okay, so my next question is for Mr. Ojo. So you mentioned something about one of the challenges that we have, and you said that you believe that a lot of gamers and developers do not have the technicalities, do not have the know-how as far how to turn their craft into money, right? Okay, so my question is, what are the technicalities in the 3D NFTs? Like the steps.
All right, thank you for the question. So the technicalities. So it's actually this question also is more of a continuation to my last answer. So the technicalities, I'm going to put it this way. Coming from my craft as a 3D artist, so the first thing you need to know, what you need to do, is to create your 3D assets. All right? Create your 3D assets. We have different applications that we can use in creating these 3D assets that you're going to convert into NFT for me. But I'm still on the first thing, which is creating your 3D assets. And so the website, the applications that you can use, examples will be Blender, Maya, Cinema 4D, Unreal Engine, and all of those things are different 3D applications that you can use in creating your 3D assets. Just like Amazino said, also in our own field, which is fashion, we have Clo 3D that is majorly used for creating garments that you can make an NFT. So once you're done creating these 3D assets, the next thing to do is to optimize these assets. And when I say optimizing these assets, what I'm saying is that while you create these things in 3D applications, they come out in large files. And for you to make them an NFT file, they really need to be a small file. So you need to look for a way to optimize it and reduce the size in order for it to be able to work in the blockchain system or ecosystem. So that's what optimizing that file is. So you will have to know how to convert that created asset by reducing the file size to be able to go on. So once you are able to reduce that, the next thing you do is to mint it. Alright? So, sorry, not minting, sorry. Is to convert. Really, so is to convert that file to the file format that is applicable for NFT. So examples of the file formats that you can mint online will be GLBT or GLB file format and OBJ file format. Those are the file formats. Sorry, I'm speaking some technical jargons, but you need to understand that you can't just create these 3D assets and upload. Do you understand? That's why once you, if you have interacted with Facebook, the 3D part of Facebook and you want to create a 3D asset and put on Facebook, you will be told to convert it in a file format that Facebook will be able to obtain. That's the same thing that we're talking about. So there are different file formats that you can convert that to. So after you have converted this to an NFT platform ready to use, then it's now ready for you to now mint it. So when I say minting, it means you are now uploading it on those NFT platforms for sale. So an example of those platforms will be OpenSea. I mentioned that yesterday. Another one will be Raribles. We have SuperRes that you can also sell your NFT. So we have a lot more things to do, but those are the major things you need to do that we need to be able to do that. I don't know, I hope you are able to answer that question.
Thank you. Can you give him a round of applause, please? Okay, so my last question is for Ms. Amazing. How can, we know that we've talked about how they work, right? But most of us are here because of the knowledge to making money. Transforming all of this into money, right? Am I speaking your language? So now, Ms. Amazino, how can 3D fashion and AR be monetized? Like, how does it translate to money? If you start. Yes, the last speaker said follow the money, so we are here.
Okay, I like money too, so that means so the thing to making money is that making money is quite simple, to be honest. Where there's a problem, where there is a problem is where you make money from. Even if there is no problem, you create the problem. Tell people that there is a problem here, and that's where you make money from. Okay, let's say, for instance, before, imagine ordering food online and then someone coming to deliver it to you. I'm certain that something like that is, let's say like 5 years ago, like it's not something people would do. People would rather go to the restaurant themselves, buy the food, get the food, and like, how can I trust the person that I'm buying the food from to put exactly what it is that I want? But look at today, everybody orders food online. I mean, some people still go in person, but most times people order food online, and that is for convenience. So the moment you can provide convenience for people, I know a lot of people like to suffer unnecessarily, but most people would still pay for convenience. Buying food and it getting delivered to you is for convenience. Also the same thing, buying clothes online is also for convenience. Now, let me say for instance now, you want to buy a red dress. You just see the red dress on the model or on whatever avatar that is there. You cannot really imagine the dress on you. So at the end of the day, you are still blind buying. That's why you see a lot of, oh, I thought the dress was going to be on me. Or, oh, the color does not fit me. I look better in blue. You know what I ordered versus what I got. But now with digital fashion and AR, because for every physical outfit that most big brands make, they now make a digital asset, like a digital fashion piece of that particular outfit. So let's say for instance now you see it on their website, you see a red dress or maybe you see a purple corset, and then there is the option for you to try it on from your house. Like you don't have to go to the shop. Obviously it's not going to fit as much as it would physically, but it gives you like a rough idea. Do you understand? Like it's better than nothing. So you can just put the filter and you try it on, and like okay, I could actually see myself wearing this. Aside doing the comfort of your home, some brands actually have virtual trial rooms or like a mirror. Like when you go to their store, like you walk in, there's a mirror and it shows you different outfits. You can literally like tap on the outfit and see yourself in the outfit in the mirror. This is now, I know I'm saying okay, how people can make use of it. Now you as a designer, how do you make money? You cannot make money alone. You cannot make money on your own. That's not about the digital space. You need to work with other people. You need to work under other people. Do you understand? Let's say for instance now this big brands that you know are doing these things, you can go and meet them and show them, you know, your CV, your portfolio, let them know that okay, you can do these things. Or there are no brands that have not started doing it. A lot of brands in Nigeria, they've not started doing it. They don't have like digital version of their designs. You can meet them, you know, set up a meeting with them or send them messages online, show them your work, let them know that okay, you guys do not have the digital part of this, and we're moving fast as, you know, as a community, as a society. Everybody is moving to digital work, even to Snapchat. Do you know people actually pay for outfits on Snapchat for their avatars? Like you see some people, like their avatars, they don't have like the free version. You be like, where did you get this jacket from? Like your avatar looks cool. Like we're going to the point where people are complimenting each other's avatars. Like not even physically, like you're not seeing the person physically. You're like, but bro, that your Gucci jacket makes a lot of sense to me. On an avatar, and people are paying for these things. So like this is where we are headed to in the future. So it's best for you to, you know, meet these brands, let them know, okay, people can try out your designs, and also let them know that it cuts down costs from their own end. They want to make a design, they are not certain if the design is going to do well in the market. You make a digital version of the design and you post it. If you see, okay, the audience, when they are reacting to it, oh my god, I would love to get this, then you know what to do. You go back to the factory and you make the outfit. Instead of making the outfit and hoping people would like it. So you are reducing costs on their own end and you are making money because you are helping them. Like I said, where there is problem, there is money.
Thank you very much. We are coming towards the end of this session, but I will refer back to what Amazino just said, that where there is problem, there is money. I remember when I started learning this 3D software, fashion software, what enticed me or what drew me into that software is the fact that, because I sew, you know, I get contract jobs, like bulky jobs, that I will need to manufacture a sample, take to my clients for them to look at it, make correction, then go back, do the correction as another sample, take it back to them, they keep making corrections, and I kept wasting money. Sometimes these clients end up not patronizing me, even after I had gone through that shit, and they are not going to give me the money for it. The tip fare wasted, the sample money wasted. And when I saw, I started with Marvelous Designer, that's a 3D software for fashion design. I started with I started with Marvelous Designer, and then I moved to Glow 3D. Okay, so, let me just give an insight to Marvelous Designer and Glow 3D. So, it's from the same manufacturer. Those two software are from the same software manufacturer. But the difference there is that Marvelous Designer is basically for gaming. So, you design your 3D fashion piece, and then you can sell to these gamers and they use it in their development of gaming, whatever. Then we have the Pro 3D, which is very useful to those that do real life manufacturing of fashion piece. So when I saw it, I said, this is like a way out to reducing cost to all these things. So now I want us to go back, like they've said, all the speakers have said, go back, make your own research. You can make money, like you can make loads of money, and you don't necessarily have to do this from one source. You can be a creator too. Do you understand? You can be a creator too. All you need is going out there to make research. Now that being said, the last or the closing question for our panel. So I'm not directing this to anybody. You can choose to answer. Okay, so the question is, what are the real world applications and the future trends to NFTs? Yes, you can.
Alright, so let me just start. But before I start, I know that please celebrate our heads. Celebrating. So I want to do something really quickly. How many of you remember this man yesterday? Alright, do you remember his name? What's his name? Mr. Oyole Joseph. How many of you know this man's name? Oyole. So is something speaking to you?
Yes.
So now we have two people, a couple. They are 3D technologies and they are doing well in that space, and they are even on the same position, even in that field. We want to celebrate them. Yeah, it's not like, you know what it means. You have 3D technologies, alright? And the future trend of this old digital stuff. I want to say something quickly because these panelists, are you with me, guys? I think everybody here should network with all of us because we are very practical. Alright? Yeah, we are the one that come here to tell you practical stuff. You get my point right now? So you want to network and learn how you can create assets for NFT and Metaverse. Because when I'm talking of Metaverse and Web3, it's a 3D environment, forget it. It's not 2D. It's an environment you can relate with and then interact with. And then the people that are creating that environment, this building, the chair that are sitting on, the microphone that want to hold in the Metaverse, the clothes you want to wear here, they are the one that will make the most money. You understand my point now? So you want to connect with us, and learn how to be a creator. Alright, so that's number one. And number two is that collaboration, as I said, will be of most essence. If you are NFT Mogu, you know all the blockchain analysis. Me, I don't know it. All what I want to create is African fashion garment. Alright? So it will be stressful for me. I'm very strenuous to start learning that one. So I want to meet your my guy Precious or some of my friends that are here. As a guy, how can you collaborate and make money from this asset that you have? And number three is that go and create African stuff. If you go online in the Metaverse, everywhere. I said it yesterday repeatedly that African cultural props, they are very scarce or they are very limited. Alright, so you want to focus on creating something Africa so that we can populate our online market and then with our props, and then we can be globally represented in the global market. So I will stay there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we have come to the end of this session. I hope you learned a lot, and if you need more information you have questions, please feel free to meet with any of us. We'll be glad to answer your questions. Thank you very much. God bless you.
So you guys can actually reach me on Instagram at Amazinos News. AMAZINOSNUSE. Amazinos News. Thank you.
Please let's give us example.
Alright, so I'm on Instagram too at OJOHIOLE. OJOHIOLE.
So I'm on LinkedIn. Okay, so Instagram has been on the disabled screen recently, so they disabled my account. But I'm on LinkedIn, and my name on LinkedIn is Oluwafemilola Ohiole Ojo. So simple. Thank you very much.
I'm on Instagram and LinkedIn, Twitter, everywhere. Felix Mafemi.
Thank you.
So if you also search Amazino on LinkedIn, I'll come up. Amazino, yeah. Okay, thank you guys so much.
Let's put your hands together for them. DJ, give us something while they take a picture. Thank you so much. Please put your hands together for them. A very practical panel session. Thank you so much, Mr. and Mrs. Ojo. Sir, you know, if you people were my parents, I'm sure maybe in primary, like say I might lose some talk rubbish. I know they say, you know, your child is time for him to buy school uniform. It's 17.5. I want to say, no, I'll design it on 3D. How much? Please put your hands together for them. Amazing. You know, it's possible they met in the Metaverse. So maybe that's why I said, oh, that's a nice corset, isn't it? I want to say, yeah, I did it on Marvelous. It's marvelous, isn't it? You say, yeah, wow, you did it. Yeah, I did it too. Also, please, you know, two of them are in the same field, sort of. Me, I'm
single, but it doesn't mean that you will now say, because me and Ben hosted that. No. Thank you. Yeah, and I'm a piano. Stop. Amazino said something about what I ordered versus what I got. You don't know, in Lagos, they were saying it, I thought it was like, Lagos, you buy 50,000 mAh, 1.8. Now you dey complain say, Lagos is fake, power bank I bought is my phone that is charging it. You when they tell you 50,000 mAh, 1.8, you no ask them which one go dey charge each other. Or you say you bought fridge on Black Friday, 20,005 deep freezer, and the fridge is shocking you. The price no shock you. It's crazy. Imagine somebody was complaining the other day. How would somebody give me fake 50,000 naira note? He was seriously complaining that they gave me fake 50,000 naira. The interview and I'm okay, sir. So what did you do with the 50,000 naira note? Did you complain to your bank or to the police? They said, as they gave me the 50,000 naira, immediately I found out it was fake. I spent it. If you want to make money, please put your hands together for yourself. Is this how much you want to make? Or you clap as much as you want to make? Okay. Just for those in the first row, since you guys have been paying so much attention, as soon as Amazino said something about corset, these people are saying, hey, it's true. You don't go buy corset for fake junior, now for your neck. In case you don't know what corset is, it's last week I found out. So in case you don't know, next week may be your week. Ladies and gentlemen, right about now, without further ado, I'd like to make welcome on stage. He's a crypto analyst. He's going to tell us more about how you can analyze the crypto market. And you know the best part? He's the last speaker for the day. So ladies and gentlemen, if your hands are not too busy, please put your hands together as we make welcome Mr. Victor Solomon. Please keep clapping for him till he gets on stage. Keep clapping for him till he gets on stage. And after his session, there will be the networking session so that we can all go home and enjoy ourselves. Thank you so much, Mr. Victor. Thank you.
Okay, DJ, give me that beat, man. I don't like that beat. Everybody knows the door since, you understand? You do that. That's it. You do that. Yeah. Set. Okay. Do we have the comedians here? I just noticed, oh sorry, this is a university environment, right? Yeah. I'm going to speak pidgin English. I mean pidgin allowed for here, right? Yeah. Because all this English there, don't they very boring. Anyways, good evening everyone. Thank you all so much for having me. My name is Victor Solomon. I'm a cryptocurrency analyst and marketing manager at cryptoassetbuyer.com. Cryptoassetbuyer.com is a crypto media platform where we give reliable insights as regards the cryptocurrency market. So I have some years of experience in community management, crypto market analysis, content writing, project management, and some other stuff in the cryptocurrency space. I'm the founder of Solubic Crypto Hub, where I equip newbies with reliable information on how to take risk in the cryptocurrency space and make profit for themselves.
So part of my academic background is I have a BSc in mathematics from the University of Uyo, right? But I can't go before. How far now? So I left school in 2018 from the University of Uyo, right? In mathematics, right? So this will tell you that maybe I have some analytical skills. Maybe I still remember some of those mathematics. But currently, I am a student again in software development at Brigham Young University. So I want to go and do blockchain development. So I'm back to school. So I read this. See, I serious for here. I read that. Okay. So the speaker have said several inspiring stuff. While I was there, I was just listening. Very exciting show, very remarkable, right? Then something came to my mind. I remember what happened to CZ. How many people know CZ? How many people know Binance? How many have heard of Binance? Okay, CZ is the founder of Binance. So in 2013, CZ started exploring and studying about the cryptocurrency and blockchain. So while CZ was studying cryptocurrency blockchain, he started attending conferences like this. It was in 2013 that CZ attended a particular blockchain and crypto conference like this. After that conference, CZ could not rest. After that conference, just like today, after today's conference, I prophesy some of you will not rest. Now, see what happened. After that conference, CZ no rest again. What did he do? He sold his house to buy Bitcoin. Now, please don't go, don't say your father's house or don't go say your village land, family land. So, CZ could not rest. CZ sold his house at $600. I mean, he sold his house and bought Bitcoin at $600. That time, in 2013, one Bitcoin was $600. So he sold his house and went in on Bitcoin. Guess what? 3 months after, the price of Bitcoin dropped to around $2,000. I mean, $200, sorry. From $600 to $200. So everybody, you know, sees his parents, they were like, are you crazy? All those kind of things. But at the end of the day, after some time, CZ learned more about the blockchain space and he founded Binance. Today, CZ has over $50 billion $50 billion as net worth. Please put your hands together for CZ. Now, what I'm trying to bring from that story is that at the end of this conference, right, what steps are you going to take? Because several speakers have said many things about blockchain, many things about crypto. So don't just allow it to be just one of those meetings that you attend. So ensure that you go home with something. Ensure you go home with something. I remember one event like this that changed my whole perspective about this whole blockchain stuff. Right? I remember when I was doing all of these things, the first time I heard about crypto, the first time I heard about Bitcoin was also in 2013, like CZ. While I didn't attend any conference, some guys were saying it in the hostel. Then I was still in school. They mentioned Bitcoin. I didn't take it very seriously. And I passed. So later on, I think it was in 2018, I started paying more attention to it. I started studying, right? I'm going to be talking about how to engage newcomers in the Web3 space. In case you are working with a crypto company or you are a founder of a crypto project, how do you engage newcomers into the cryptocurrency space. Studying Bitcoin and crypto was very difficult to me from the beginning. I go to YouTube, I hear different sort of jargons that I didn't quite understand at the time. Maybe some of you have experienced that stuff. You might have heard about some technologies during the course of this event, and it sounds like this is something very difficult. How many people can relate? Maybe you hear somebody say something that you don't really understand. Can you relate? Have you heard something like that today? Right? Okay. So please, let's move to the next slide, please. Web3 is about, Web3 is about empowerment, ownership, and reshaping digital interactions. I like Web3 because of what it's about. Web3 is about empowering you as the user. Think about an ecosystem. Think about an idea that is more concerned about empowering you as the user than taking from you. In the year 2020, right, I was done with NYSC at that time. Please come and snap me a picture. Where is that guy? Come and snap me now. When I was not speaking, you were just snapping me all through. Now I'm talking. Come and snap me, please. So, please call the camera guy. Come and snap me. Oh, you are married me. Sorry, I hope this is not being recorded. Sorry. Now, in 2020, I was done serving. I served in Abakaliki, Nigeria. So while I was serving, after I was done serving, I was looking for work. I'm talking to you about Web3 about empowerment. So I was not looking for work. After serving, no work. Or maybe I saw some job opportunities, but I didn't like the salary. So I didn't take them. So I was at home, right, in Abakaliki. Then I started teaching some stubborn children whose parents were members of my church. 3 stubborn children. It's even easier when you are teaching one stubborn child. At least you know that it is only one person that is showing stubbornness. While I was teaching them, their parents were still owing me upon their stubborn children. Sometimes you feel like tearing somebody's child's snap because they are saying, "Come here." They are not coming, and they are still owing you. So in 2020, I think around the month of August or so, by then I was doing crypto. I was teaching. I was teaching them mathematics. Maybe because I studied mathematics in the university, so they said let me come and teach them home lessons so that they can prepare for an exam. Now, while I was there that I just got a notification on my phone that I received $1,400. I'm talking about Web3 is about what? Number one is what? Some of you don't want to be empowered here, yeah. Web3 is about what? Empowerment. So while I was there, they were supposed to the family were supposed to pay me 20K to teach those 3 children. 3 children for 20K. They were owing me the 20K. Upon that, their children were stubborn. But I was just doing the job because that was what I had to do at the time. Normally, I wouldn't have taken that kind of nonsense if I had, they want me, or when someone else only other 20K. But that time, 20K was better than now. But I was doing it because some of you will see people teaching and you will think they have passion. Or that they don't get passion. Now, what they need to do at that time? So that wasn't my passion. But as I was there in the class with the children, I normally go to their house to their house. I saw that I had received an airdrop that is worth $1,400. It was Uniswap airdrop. Right there, I stood up. I looked at the 3 children. Now, see, watch this. We're thinking about empowerment. I looked at these 3 children in front of me. Their parents are usually not not around, so they will go to work. You will come and teach them, and you go. I stood up. I closed the lesson for the day, and I left. That was the last day I went for that class. Till today, they are still owing me my 20K. They have not given me. But I left them because I was already became empowered by the Web3. Now, what did I do to get that $1,400? Simple thing. I only interacted on Uniswap platform. Just like I traded on the platform some time ago. So they now said, for everybody who traded on Uniswap, we are giving you free money, just like that. So you just wake up and you see the money in your wallet. That's Web3. See, that's what you should be. That's what will make you interested in Web3 more, because Web3 is about your own welfare. It's about you. They are thinking, how can users benefit? That's the first thing in Web3. So whenever you hear Web3, the first thing that should come to your mind is that how can users benefit? That's what they are always thinking. Please, next slide, sir. Next slide. Now, there are complex jargons that make newcomers feel isolated, right? So if you are a founder of a blockchain and cryptocurrency project, it is advisable that you simplify the language. Simplify the language. If you ask somebody now, what is blockchain? They will talk about decentralized ledger, blah, blah, blah. But can you simplify the language for somebody to understand? How many of you understand Google Docs, Google Documents, right? Where they can share you a link. We can all see the same thing in that link, right? And then we can simplify it as something like that. The blockchain is as transparent as that. So that when you are explaining Web3 to somebody, the person can understand. There's no need to use too much jargons in explaining what the blockchain is. Let us embrace user-friendly communication. User-friendly communications. Use frequency asked questions to explain things to people. Next slide, sir. Next slide. Build a culture of inclusivity. Build a culture of inclusivity. Now, I'm a founder of a crypto community for traders and investors. So I've taught a couple of persons, many persons, because I've been doing this since 2019. So I've taught many people how to trade in the crypto market, how to invest in the crypto market, and they've made some couple of millions of naira in the cryptocurrency market, right? So one of the things that we do is to assign ambassadors and mentors, community managers to the crypto community, so that people can understand what they are doing in this space. It might be difficult when you are trying to navigate the cryptocurrency market on your own. There are too many things. There's too many noise. Someone will come and say, this coin is going this level, this coin will increase like this. You might be confused. Somebody will say it's going to come down. Somebody else will say it's going to go up. Which one are you going to believe? Are you getting me? Next slide. Now, I'm talking to you guys as both as founders and as community users, as crypto community members. Web3 can feel overwhelming. To tackle this, make learning fun and interactive. We've talked about gaming here. You can have gameplay in education. You can carry, there's this game guys I know that they use games to teach about cryptocurrency and Bitcoin. So they can carry what do they call this game that rich children normally play. You know me, when I was small, we were at the back when we play that game. We get games who we play. At the back get their own game. Rich kids get their own game. So I don't even know the name. This game that if they scattered all this thing, you will not be fixing them together to form maybe something. Puzzle game. So they can scatter Bitcoin. Once they scatter Bitcoin, you now come and arrange it arrange it to get the shape of Bitcoin. Puzzle. That sounds cool. Puzzle. Okay, next slide, please. Use human stories. So, can we talk about Web3? Can we talk about blockchain? Can we mention people around us? Can we talk about NFTs? Okay, how many people can sing here? Maybe you are a musician or something, artist or something. Okay, you right? Fantastic. Now, I can give you an idea for free. Now, they've talked about NFTs here today. I heard it a couple of times, right? So let's say you are an upcoming artist, right? Because you don't look like you are blown yet. To me. No, this is sorry, darling. Now, let's say you can sing very, very well, right? Let's say you can sing very, very well. Do you know that you can create like an NFT collection of a certain number, let's say 20 or 50. So you can add a price tag to it and say you want to give these NFTs to your VIPs. You can call them VIPs as fans. So only 50 of them are available that will ever be created. Now, what does it do? You can say this NFTs now bearing your name, we go for $50 for one. $50 for one, like that. So anybody who comes to buy will just pay $50. Now, you can now say that NFT will give those fans lifetime access to all of your shows. Now, you are attaching value to the NFT. So if the person is your fan, so let's say I'm your fan now, and I love listening to you. So I would like to get an NFT from you that gives me lifetime access to listen to all the songs, to come for your shows. Maybe I can sit in front row in your shows wherever I come. Maybe they can even give me free live stream of your songs. Are you guys getting it? That's how you can attach those things to real life stuff, real life situation. Please, next slide, please. Yeah, so yes, this is part of what I just said. Make it practical, make it practical. Next slide, please. In joining in Web3, you have to be very security conscious. One man chatted me up today. He said, Crypto Victor. Okay, mind you, you can also call me Crypto Victor. I don't like that one myself, more than Victor Solomon. So you can call me Crypto Victor. The man chatted me up this morning and he said, Crypto Victor, please, I just noticed that the money in my wallet has disappeared. How can I get it back? I was just laughing at him. I know something. The man has two teenagers that are his sons that understand crypto. So immediately he told me that his money has disappeared from his wallet. My mind just went to them. I said, make a tell her. But I didn't tell him anything, that Oga, one of your people will not cover your coin. So I only told him to send me his wallet address so I can track and check when money was moved from his wallet. Security concern is very important. I heard about something in 2020. We are still trying to settle the matter till now. Boyfriend get phone. Boyfriend get phone. Girlfriend dey use boyfriend phone dey watch movie. Now, girlfriend wan collect the remaining series. You know these movies wey no dey end. I hate those kind of movies so he get different episodes. So the thing wan collect too many space for the phone. Now, no more space for boyfriend phone again. Girlfriend come delete boyfriend crypto wallet. So he go get space to collect movie. That's how we say now. One of the things that got me excited as I walked into this hall was that I saw more of ladies in the room, and I was like, wow, this is cool. You know, please, if you are lady, put your hands together for yourselves. Yeah, Because some few years ago, if you call for blockchain crypto events, you mostly see guys. You only see ladies. So I was now wondering, you know, we have some crypto communities, special crypto communities for ladies, right? So I know that this particular event was not organized by that community, but I was impressed to see different, like more ladies here. So please understand these things so that you don't go and cause problem in your relationship. So the lady didn't know. He can't go delete boyfriend wallet, and now boyfriend now don't forget the password to the wallet. So wallet don't go. And the guy was claiming that he had over $1,000 inside the wallet. So security concerns. Now the next one is build community rituals. Community creates a sense of belonging. Okay, how many of you are in science faculty? Do we have science faculty people here? Okay, arts. How many are from arts? Okay, social sciences. Okay, do we have engineering people here? Okay, we have engineering people here. Okay, do we have maybe agricultural people? Agri don't get faculty for this school. Agri get faculty for my school. They don't get here. You have environmental faculty. Okay, don't get this school. Now, you have just identified yourselves based on your faculty. So there is a sense of identity. When you say you are a student of this faculty, so it is important for us to have this sense of community. Like me now, I said I'm the founder of a crypto community. I'm also a member of stakeholders in the Blockchain Technology Association of Nigeria. So it gives you a sense of belonging. So next slide, please. So join a crypto community if you want to learn more. If you want to learn more, you can talk to me, Crypto Victor. I like to join your community. You see, so the more you are in a community, you get exposed to crypto knowledge and crypto information. Yes, so collaborate with existing communities. Collaborate. One of the problems with our people is that they like too much competition, right? Unhealthy competition, but have a sense of collaboration. Meet community, meet people, collaborate with them, and see how we can work things out together. Like today now, today is a result of collaboration. Several people have come to speak here. Several speakers, I'm meeting them today for the first time. You see, so they call us together. Hello. You're a crypto guy. They come, let's organize something, and and minister to these people, and share the grace upon their life. You see that? So that's the collaboration. Next slide, please. Measure and iterate. Now use strategies that are working. Continue strategies that are working. The ones that are not working, you keep them aside. If you see that this particular thing that you are doing to make people learn more is working, then you improve upon it. You do it more. Then the one that is not working, you keep it aside. You can use tools, collect feedback from people. Find out how they are getting along with these things so that you can know if you are improving or not. Next slide, please. They don't give me extra time. Next slide. Okay, this one I just charge now. So let us commit to empowering newcomers and driving mass adoption. Right? Every individual. Okay, can we be that too? But I think now that was in last or so, I think. So let us commit to empowering newcomers and driving mass adoption. Every individual will guide into Web3 is a step closer to mass adoption and realizing the full potential of decentralization. So this space is user friendly. Since I've been using banks, I've been using First Bank, I have different bank accounts. I have 11 bank accounts. no bank don't do giveaway give me. Yes, I have no bank and I'm sure. I'm very sure, yeah. Yes, I have. But most of them are 0 naira a year. So because student accounts then were opening it for free. So I didn't want anybody to have excuse in sending me money. So which bank you say they use? I don't know now. UBA, I get that. This one, I get that. So because then in school I was very, very broke. So I had to prepare myself in case money is coming from anywhere. But the thing is that no bank has ever given me any free money before. Because that's how they do. But in Web3, I've gotten a lot of free money. There was a particular time I got $3,000 for free from the crypto space. And in the time we say make I leave Web3, they want me. So Web3 is about empowering users. So if you are hearing this for the first time, be like CZ. Be like CZ. Be thinking now. Start thinking. Start thinking like CZ now. What action are you going to take? It doesn't have to be you going to sell your father's car. No. Right? But start thinking about how you can get more involved into the cryptocurrency space. You are thinking maybe you want to pursue the path of becoming a blockchain developer. You are thinking maybe you want to start as a crypto investor or a trader like me, or maybe a market analyst or a writer like me. I write too. So start thinking, because at the end of the day you'll be empowered. Next slide, please. That is the last slide. Please follow me on X. That's my username. Crypto Victor. Now the crypto is KrypT, then VIKTO. So I hope with this viewpoint of mine, I'll be able to confuse you. Okay, no, that's for what did it do? Okay, that confused it. Okay, I hope. Let's do it again. I hope in this viewpoint of mine, I'll be able to convince you and not to confuse you. That's what it is. Put your hands together for yourself, everyone. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for coming. And I really appreciate every one of you that took our time to come here today. Alright, I believe that you have learned a lot yesterday and today. And if they ask you what is NFT, what would you say? What would you say is what is a digital art? If they ask you about the Metaverse, what would you say is a what is a virtual reality platform where you could explore a lot of other things? Oh yeah? So thank you for coming. And we really appreciate your time there. And if you know that you did not eat yesterday, you did not eat today, and you are angry with us, raise up your hand. Hey! Ah! Wait, you did not eat yesterday, you did not eat also today, raise up your hand. Okay, if you know that you learned today and you learned yesterday, raise up your hand. It's okay then. At least you learned something yesterday and you also learned something what today. Please let me tell you something, yeah? It's because of you. Because of you and because of every one of you here that we set up this program. Alright? Now the reason is that I think that you are the best people that can understand this technology better. Oh yeah? You are the people that hold the future of Africa in your hands. Most of you here someday become the great engineers, yeah? Most of you here today become the great designers. Most of you here today become the great game developers. So don't just live here and not continue what you've learned the past 2 days. Alright? So if you live here today, go and begin to learn more. What is NFTs? What are Web3 games? How can I become a Web3 game developer? How can I become an NFT artist? How can I become someone who can program an AI machine? So if you live here today and you don't continue on that, you just, that means yesterday and today you didn't do anything. Do you understand what I'm saying? And you, all of you have promising future. And also because of you in an airport and say, oh, Mr. Precious, I saw you about
years ago, and now I am a great engineer. Oh, I saw you 5 years ago, now I am a great game developer. Because let me tell you, this industry is $1 billion industry, and the only way you can become part of that share is for you to continue to learn and learn and learn, and most importantly, don't forget to build your relationship, because in that relationship you will still stay where you are, even if you have a lot of things to offer. Alright, so build relationship as you go forward. Continue learning and make sure you network. You go out to meet people, you connect with events like this, and they explore you and teach you what you need to know. And God bless you. And thank you for coming to AFC 2024, Unlocking Africa Digital Future. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Thank you so much. Round of applause for the organizer and the co-organizer.
So, and lastly, most of you don't know your maybe most of you know him as maybe your Abayomi, and you guys are wondering like, okay, who is this guy? So this guy is part of the vision. He is the one that is the co-founder for this event. So please, a round of applause for him. He is the one, in fact, all the work for this event. He is the one that came and do all the work. So thank you, all of you. Say,
Gen X, but for we Gen Z, now two we did do.
Yeah, so
okay, this one means Web 2.
That's Web 2.
Okay, this one means Web 3. Woo! Okay. I hear the sporty web now Web 4.
So thank you so much. I really appreciate you guys. So if you know that you don't eat really, you did not eat. Let's go out and take picture first. Wait. If I see that you smile very well in the picture, and I say, okay, let's do this guy 2 small shots, 10 small shots. But if your smile is no small shot. So if you want to do a small job, let's go outside our wall and take picture. Then I will not know smile more, we'll get more.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of this event.